It Happened One Night. Book 5, Summer Kisses Series. By Melinda Curtis. Prologue. You're only as old as you feel. That was the message projected on the overhead screen up front. Dorothy Summer didn't feel like a widow or a grandmother in need of slowing down. She had energy and a bucket list, among them, learning to fly a seaplane, acting in a movie, solving a case of espionage, jumping into Arctic waters, and having great-grandchildren. That last one was tame. But Dotty wanted to enjoy great-grandchildren before she lost her marbles. She had to face facts. Her mental marbles bag had sprung a leak. They'd put her on medicine, which helped, but sometimes her mind drifted. And, well, she wanted her great-grandchildren to know their Grandma Dotty as the pip she was, not the slightly lost woman she was bound to become someday. Recently, some of her granddaughters had found love. Some, not all. And none of her grandsons seemed to have proposals on the horizon. Love can find you, no matter your age, the man at the front of Senior Center Auditorium was saying. And I'm going to show you how to go looking. With this. He held up a cell phone. Finally, we're going to learn about swiping, Beatrice muttered next to Dotty, adjusting the ends of her purple cashmere wrap around her shoulders. Why do we have to sit through all this babble just to the good parts? You want to find a man? Dotty asked her elderly friend. Gads, no. Beatrice shivered. I want to be able to tell my grandchildren which way to swipe when I see someone they should go for. Savvy grannies are all the rage. Everyone get out your cell phones, the presenter instructed. We'll go through creating your dating profile step by step. I don't want a man. I just want my grandchildren to slow down and look for love. But Dotty dutifully got out her cell phone, ready to follow along and understand the process, if only to be able to encourage her grown grandkids to put themselves out there. Beatrice scoffed. You know better, Dotty. The Summers are known for being workaholics. The only way your grandkids are going to start looking for love is if you put the perfect candidate right in front of them. Oh. Dotty perked up in her seat, struck by a moment of brilliance. That's it. I'll create dating profiles for them. Beatrice made a slow-down gesture with one hand. Maybe start with one. You wouldn't want to let things get out of hand. No. No, of course not. Dotty held up her phone and began following along with the presentation. I'll start with Whiskers. And work her way through her list of single grandchildren. One by one. Chapter 1. Chadwick Summer had been born with a double dose of patience and responsibility. What he hadn't been born with was sainthood. He bit back his frustration and took a deep breath. He'd been trying to prove to his father that he was good enough to take over the family diamond business since he was 5. He was now 35 and some days it felt as if he'd never earned the title CEO of Summer Diamonds. Just last night, before Dad had left on his 2-week cruise, the first vacation Chad's father had taken in 10 years, he'd told Chad, if anything comes up, you call me. I've got this, Chad had reassured him, standing on the other side of his father's cluttered, mahogany desk while trying to shoo him out the door. Nothing's going to come up. Enjoy your 10-year anniversary. We're launching our online virtual retail experience in a few weeks. In July, long before the holiday season frenzy. Dad ran a hand over his short, salt and pepper hair. His diamond-crusted wedding band, the one that was big enough to pass for a Super Bowl ring, glittered in the office's fluorescence. As soon as I step on that ship, everything that can go wrong, will go wrong. Promise you'll call me when it does. Chad promised no such thing, choosing instead to reiterate, nothing's going to go wrong. You'll see, Dad had said, tucking his laptop into his leather briefcase. You'll need me. Chad kept silent. Since his mother died, back when he was 8, Chad had been the son his father relied on, first to keep his 4 younger brothers fed and moving, then to keep them out of trouble, and now to manage them and keep the family business running smoothly. And yet, Dad was quicker to criticize than to praise Chad's contributions. Sometimes, Chad felt that he'd never be able to please him. To Chad's dismay, his father was something of a prophet. The day Dad set sail from New York City for London via Greenland with Evelyn, his wife of 10 years, things began to unravel at Summer Diamond headquarters in New York City. Chad's 12-hour workdays quickly turned into 20-hour ones. But he refused to call his father, and he threatened every employee, including his 4 younger brothers, that they weren't to call him either. First, the beta version of their virtual store had been hacked by clowns. Literally. Every link led to a page featuring video performances by clowns instead of showing a picture of the shopper wearing the jewelry they were interested in buying. All efforts to reclaim the site had been thwarted. The programming team was having a meltdown. At great expense, Chad had called in a specialist in web security. But they couldn't start right away. 3 days after Dad left, a shipment of diamonds from Russia had been hijacked, real gems switched for fake ones. Chad suspected the culprit was the overseas seller because the Russian broker had insisted upon cash payment up front and was refusing to reverse the wire transfer Summer Diamonds had made to him. Interpol was investigating. And then, 5 days after Dad's departure, the company was approached with an offer to buy a rare set of pynite gemstones. The pinkish-hued gems were worth more per carat than diamonds. Chad's brother Braden, who was in charge of gem purchasing, wanted to make the deal. But they couldn't buy them without the cash returned from the Russian deal or the real Russian diamonds to liquidate. Chad was handling everything, putting out every fire. He hoped when his father returned from his vacation that he'd finally be convinced of Chad's worth and retire, handing the reins of the company over to him. Oh, sure. And Lucy would finally let Charlie Brown kick a field goal. Oh, yes. Despite staying on top of everything, Chad was demoralized. He blamed it on the clown hackers. On day 7, Chad attributed his black mood to lack of sleep. It was after 8 on Sunday night, and he had yet to see and review the company's financial report. His stomach gave a cavernous rumble. The lack of food and sleep are catching up to me. Chad ran a hand over his stomach and spared a glance to the collection of framed photographs on his credenza behind his desk. There were he and his brothers sailing on the ocean near the Hamptons. There was his mother's high school graduation picture. His dad and Evelyn's wedding picture. Chad staring at a sunset in the Hamptons, thinking about the intriguing woman who was taking his picture and how she seemed to understand him despite the fact that they'd only just met. They'd exchanged phones, each taking a picture of the other. But they hadn't exchanged names or contact information. Where is she now? He'd given himself a 5-year window to find her. 4 years had passed and I have the balance sheet figures you asked for. Philip interrupted Chad's reverie. He was the second oldest Summer brother and the company's chief financial officer. He wore wire-rimmed glasses and had ink-stained fingers because, like Dad, he was old school when it came to checks and balances. He carried a stack of paper. I feel comfortable making the offer on the pynite if you can get them down in price $100,000 or more. Phil sat across from Chad and handed him the financial reports. That way, even without the lost capital from the Russian diamond deal, we'd be able to find an unsecured loan to tide us over in case of emergency. At the right price, it's a smart move. But Dad will blow his stack. His father would never risk so much on a deal. Chad squinted at the page, but the numbers refused to come into focus. He dragged a hand over his forehead, surprised that his fingers felt cold. It was summer. There was no reason he should feel cold. But suddenly, he did. Down to his toes. Did you have to print this in tiny font? Hello. Grandma Dotty called from somewhere in the office. Anybody here? I found a woman willing to date Whiskers. A woman willing to date Whiskers. Phil chuckled. Whiskers was Grandma Dotty's nickname for Chad. This is going to be good. Whiskers, is that your office light that's on? Yes. Chad frowned when Phil chuckled again. Don't laugh. She's dead set on getting great-grandchildren before dementia sets in. And Dad had told Chad to humor her since the rest of her bucket list was dangerous for an octogenarian. How do you think she got in? Phil whispered, leaning forward. Knowing Grandma Dotty, she borrowed Dad's security badge. Chad's stomach growled louder than a yeti in wintertime. And he felt cold enough for the yeti metaphor to be true. Makes me wonder what she'd do if she had the combination to the safe. Recently, she'd taken a very valuable ring from her home safe and nearly lost it. Sighing, Chad tried reviewing Phil's report one more time, holding the paper up to his face. What is it with this font choice? Are you trying to save some trees? And what's with the lights in here dimming? It's 12-point font, same as always. Phil sounded serious. In the murky light, it was hard to make out his expression. And the lights, he glanced overhead. You need to eat something. Yes, let's go to a restaurant. Grandma Dotty entered Chad's office, a beacon of color in a hot pink jumpsuit, yellow Birkenstocks, and a brightly flowered scarf. I'll get dessert and fill you in on Cordelia. You'll like her, Whiskers. She's blonde, pedigreed, and ready to start a family. She swiped you. She what? Chad sputtered. Phil covered his laughter behind a coughing fit. I'm online now. His grandmother tossed her head as if proud of the achievement. Word among the granny set is that there's no more efficient way to find your single grandchildren a match. Somebody save me from my matchmaking granny. The office darkened further. Chad glanced around. Does anyone else notice this thing happening with the lights? He drained his black coffee. It hit his empty stomach all wrong. He shook the top page of the financial report and squinted at it again. But the light was so dim, the number eluded him. Are we about to have a blackout? That seemed improbable since the air conditioner in the building was working overtime. He shivered. Am I missing something? Grandma Dotty sounded like she'd backed into the hallway. Chad! Phil shouted from somewhere equally far away. And then, everything went completely dark. There, Whiskers. His grandmother's soft voice drifted to Chad through the darkness. Never fear, Grandma Dotty's here. Chad always liked it when he was sick, and Grandma Dotty came over to care for him. She always brought presents, like a new video game or... Wait a second. I'm not a child anymore. Chad cracked open his eyes and immediately squeezed them shut against the bright light. Where am I? The hospital. That was Phil's voice, steady, with a dash of upset. It was the tone he took when he was shaken by something and putting on a brave front, like the time their skiff had tipped over in the ocean and they couldn't immediately right it. You blacked out. Impossible. Men destined to be C.E.O.S. didn't faint. Chad pried his heavy eyelids open and surveyed his surroundings, hoping he was being pranked. No such luck. He was, in fact, in a hospital. Shoot. I need to get back to work. Before Dad found out about this. Chad tried to sit up. Two pairs of hands pushed him back down, Phil's and Grandma Dotty's. And the bad news was that Chad wasn't strong enough to overcome their efforts. Not so fast, Whiskers. Grandma Dotty leaned over him, smelling of peppermints and whimsy as she whispered, Your doctor is cute and single. I got her number. Not interested, Chad grumbled. There was only one woman for him, and he had only one more year to find her. Dr. Ipswich says you can't go anywhere until you've had a full dose from the IV. Philip gestured toward a plastic bag hanging from a metal pole near Chad's bed. It was half empty. Take a beat, bro. This is serious. Serious? Did I miss something? Grandma Dotty clutched Chad's arm. Is Whiskers dying? Chad held his breath, waiting for his brother to answer. It would be just his luck to have a brain tumor discovered when he was finally on the verge of earning his father's respect. Did he hit his head when he keeled over? Whiskers, do you remember me? Grandma Dotty peered into Chad's eyes. She wore electric blue eyeshadow and bright pink lipstick that matched the color of her jumpsuit. Chad's head spun. The doctor said it's most likely dehydration compounded by stress, lack of food and sleep. Phil patted Chad's shoulder awkwardly. Honestly, Chad, you've been living at the office and surviving on coffee. Dehydration. Right. That's why I have the IV. What a relief. Chad could show up at work tomorrow and... Chad's gaze fell on Grandma Dotty. Dear, well-meaning Dotty, who was more than a step or two down the dementia trail. She had no filter. You can't tell anyone about this. Either one of you. He hoped they hadn't called the rest of the family yet. Phil stared at Chad the way he did right before delivering a poor financial report. But... I see what you're doing, Whiskers. Grandma Dotty crossed her arms over her thin chest. You don't want us to tell your father about this. You think you'll just go on as if nothing happened. Huh. That's a lot of thinking for a man who's been unconscious for over an hour. You've probably never heard of Albert Cross. Who? Chad was lost. And by the look on his face, so was Phil. Albert Cross. Grandma Dotty tossed her hands impatiently. He was a neighbor of ours. Worked himself to death. Don't you remember? When was this? Phil asked carefully. 1974. Grandma Dotty shook her finger at Phil, emphasizing her syllables, oblivious to the fact that neither of her grandsons had been born then. First there was Albert's collapse, like this. She gestured to Chad. The doctor was called, and Albert was told to take some time off. But did he? No. He rolled out of bed and went right back to work. He was dead 6 days later. Did he have a brain tumor? Chad asked, shaken enough that he ran a hand over his head, checking for lumps. He did not have a brain tumor. Dotty tugged at the floral scarf around her neck. He was like you, Whiskers. Struck down in his prime because he refused to take care of himself. I take care of myself just fine. Granted, it was a statement hard to back up while lying flat on his back in a hospital, but he wanted to believe it. Phil and Grandma Dotty exchanged glances, and then hearty laughter. All right. All right. Chad relented. Given my situation, I'll work from home tomorrow. But only tomorrow. Just promise me you won't tell Dad or anyone at the office about this. Not so fast, Whiskers. Dotty thrust her dainty nose in the air. There's a cost to be paid for my silence. Thank heavens, his grandmother could be bought. What do you want? A diamond ring? Earrings? Phil can get whatever you want. Phil tried to laugh, but the look in his eyes was serious. Bribery is not how we handle family crises. It is. Grandma Dotty continued to be put out. I should know. I'm very good in a crisis. Just ask your cousin Kitty or Violet. I just returned from vacation with Vi in the Hamptons. She dug in her purse, peering in and rooting around the small bag. You're lucky I'm here. The both of you. I met a woman in the waiting room. She is, his grandmother stopped her search, a lost look in her eyes, an indication her brain was blipping offline. Chad's heart broke to see her fade from the present. You met a woman in the waiting room? Yes. This woman. She gave me a card of someone who helped her. Jerking back to the present, Grandma Dotty dumped the contents of her purse on the hospital bed, picking through the odd collection of mints, bangles, and notes to herself in her distinctive scrawl. Phil picked up a scrap of yellow paper and turned it toward Chad. It read, "Find wives for grandsons." Chad selected another note. Login, Grandma Dotty. Password, matchmaking for babies. And he'd thought she was kidding when she mentioned swiping earlier. You need a health coach, Grandma Dotty was saying, still sifting through the clutter. I was going to hire Coach Nora to keep me mentally sharp, but you have a bigger need for her. Although, maybe we could share her. Share a health coach. Chad blinked up at Phil, hoping his brother understood he didn't need anything of the sort. Phil shrugged. It's better than letting her play matchmaker. Aha! Grandma Dotty produced a colorful business card and held it triumphantly. A health coach makes sure you eat right for whatever health issues you're battling. She makes you take breaks from work to exercise and stick to a sleep schedule. No, Chad shook his head. It seemed personally intrusive and disruptive to his workday. It actually sounds reasonable, Phil said slowly, studying Chad from behind his glasses. If the doctor approves, I say we look into it. No, Chad said again, more emphatically. Yes. Grandma Dotty took out her cell phone, clear-eyed once more. I can either call the health coach and keep your hospital stay a secret or call your father and blab the entire episode. What'll it be, Whiskers? Chapter 2. Is this Nora Flores? The Nora Flores. The Nora Flores. That was a stretch. Nora answered in the affirmative anyway, sitting up and rubbing her eyes, having answered her cell phone half asleep. The red numbers on the bedside clock said it was 10:30 at night. But she'd crashed at 9, having taught an online yoga class at 5 a.m. that morning. I'm Dottie Summer. My grandson and I need your services. That boy doesn't eat. The doctor is releasing him, and we want you to start right away. A paying client. Nora's eyes were wide open now. Are you familiar with my services? Yes, Coach Nora. I received a lovely referral from someone in the hospital waiting room. There was the sound of something passing over the phone's microphone. Dottie's voice dropped to a whisper. Can you also help a finely aged woman like me keep hold of her marbles? Yes. An improved diet and exercise can make a difference in physical and mental health. But Dottie's case seemed less urgent. Can you tell me more about your grandson? I did. Dottie's voice resumed what Nora assumed was its usual volume. That boy hasn't been eating. And I don't think he's been sleeping either. Poor thing. Can you help us? We'll need the works, food, exercise, and rest. Yes. Nora blurted. Good. We'll see you first thing in the morning. I tell you, Nora, there's no time to waste. That boy tries too hard to please his father. Tomorrow? You mean Monday? Nora wasn't ready. She'd need to shop and create a daily structure for her client. Yes. A week should set us right. Monday through Friday. We'll need breakfast and exercise and curfews. I'll pay for the 5 days up front. Name your price. Nora quelled her nerves and performed a quick calculation before naming a sum. Done. Dottie rattled off an address. Or rather a building name, the Ercole, which said a lot about Dottie's ability to pay since buildings in New York City that had names rather than addresses were occupied by the wealthy. Thank you, Nora. What time tomorrow? 7. And before Nora could ask how old her grandson was, Dottie had hung up. Nora set her cell phone on the bedside table and jumped out of bed, doing a little victory dance. Yes. My first real client. One who hadn't hired her because she was a friend of a friend. Nora had been a hospital dietitian for years, supplementing her income by teaching fitness. And then one day last winter, she'd burned out at the hospital. She had a limited and always decreasing budget there. Patients were never happy. Or worse, they appreciated her but ended up dying. Nora couldn't take it anymore. And then she'd realized she could combine her two careers into that of an independent, holistic health coach. She'd handed in her resignation and printed up business cards. Work had been slow, and her savings were depleting at an alarming rate. This job couldn't have come at a better time. Someone knocked on her apartment door, which was unusual given the late hour. Nora put on a robe and glanced through the peephole before opening the door. "What are you doing here?" "We flew in from Los Angeles." Her mother elbowed her way inside, carrying 3-year-old Sunny, who was asleep in her arms. She left their luggage in the hallway. "We were supposed to be here by mid-afternoon. But our flight was delayed, and we missed our connection in Denver. Then our rebooked flight was delayed." Nora wheeled her mother's large suitcase and the 2 bags sitting atop it into the foyer. "You could have called." She should have called. But this was par for the course. Her mother was impulsive and often needed the emotional security blanket of family. "I couldn't call." Mom disappeared into the spare bedroom, which admittedly was more like a large closet. "Sunny was playing on my phone during the flight, and it died. I didn't have a charger with me." "Where's the bed?" She came back out, still carrying Sunny. "Gone. I teach online yoga in there now. Not as often as she'd like." The bed had to go. Her mother pivoted and went into the master bedroom, laying Sunny on Nora's bed. "We'll sleep in here. You still have the air mattress, don't you?" She did. "But Mom." Shove. Her mother closed the bedroom door and joined Nora in the living room, sitting on the antique love seat with its faded brocade print and pulling Nora down next to her. "Sunny has had a rough day. We both have. I was supposed to audition for a part this afternoon, but obviously that didn't happen." Nora pressed her lips together, trying not to say anything. Her mother had made a career for herself as a bit-part actress, with a recurring role in a slasher movie franchise. But that career occupied a big space when it came to her mother's self-identity. "Your apartment looks like the dark corner of a thrift store. Why do you still have my mother's love seat?" Mom shifted around to look at the wood-carved trim. "I thought you got rid of it." "No. Nana loved this." Nora's grandmother had been widowed early and made her way through life alone, the way Nora was doing. Mom shifted back around and put her arm over Nora's shoulders. "Just because Nana loved it, doesn't mean you have to keep it, especially if you don't love it. Or that." She pointed toward the small kitchen table which barely had enough room to seat 3 people. "Or that." She pointed at the coffee table, and its ring-stained top. "Or." I get the idea. But 3 generations of Flores women had lived here with this furniture. It was where Nora had grown up. And although Nana had died 4 years ago, it didn't seem right to change a thing. "I don't hate anything in here. And I'm not going to put stuff in the landfill. Or haul it to a flea market." It was easier to keep it and remember her grandmother fondly. "Well, I suppose my mother would appreciate that backhanded compliment." Mom hugged Nora and then sank back on the love seat, hitting her head on the wood trim. "Ow. Now I remember why I don't like this." She rubbed at her mane of unnaturally blonde hair. "Mom, why are you here? Why didn't you go to your apartment on the Upper East Side? You know, the big one you share with Armand." Sunny's father, who was a successful TV movie producer. "Did you guys fight about the acting thing again?" Armand wanted his wife to stay at home and raise Sunny. Mom drew a shaky breath. "We split up." Nora's stomach clenched. "Mom, don't do this to Sunny." Nora had grown up not knowing her father because he hadn't wanted to know her. That had left a void, for sure. She'd been hoping her younger brother would have the luxury of being raised by both parents in one home. Her mother had been married 5 times and she'd just turned 50. Hildy Flowers, aging actress and mother, found it hard to be without a significant other or a strong support system, which mainly consisted of Nora now that Nana was gone. Nora didn't want to go through another of her mother's messy divorces or to feign happiness through another whirlwind courtship and ill-chosen marriage. Her mother's last wedding had been bad enough. Not because of the extravagance of the ceremony or the beauty of the Hamptons, but because Nora had met someone and I know we had a child together, but there were tears in her mother's eyes. You know how important my career is to me. Nora knew. Being an on-screen scream queen in the Carver Clown slasher movie franchise meant everything to Hildy Flowers, the cult following, the walk-on parts in popular sitcoms, the footnotes in popular culture references, including a Jeopardy question. Growing up the daughter and mirror image of a beautiful, brash scream queen had been difficult, especially during her teens and 20s when Mom had landed roles in the Carver Clowns movies. So-called friends had suddenly expected Nora to scream on demand. Boys in high school had expected Nora to be as easy with her virtue as her mother was on screen. In college, her fellow students tried to make her into a celebrity. To them, it had been a triumph if she appeared at a party or accepted a date. And then there had been the haters, mostly those from moneyed social circles, who'd thought lesser of Nora because her mother was something of a celebrity train wreck. And last but not least, there were fans and paparazzi, who had taken Nora's picture on more than one occasion. It got to the point that Nora had buttoned up her blouses and kept to herself, sometimes going as far as wearing a hat and sunglasses to conceal her identity. Nana always wished I'd give up the movies for Broadway where all the real actresses were. Mom scrubbed her face. Looking at her things. It reminds me how I always felt I wasn't good enough for her. Her voice thinned and grew shaky. It's the way Armand makes me feel when he tells me to stop acting, as if he'd love me better if I let that part of me go. I'm sure that's not true. Nora hugged her mother. When I look at all you've achieved, it's awe-inspiring. It had taken years for Nora to set aside her vulnerabilities and acknowledge that. Her mother was as good as the Kardashians at self-promotion. If only she was as good at nurturing relationships. How long are you staying? With any luck, Armand would come to collect her tomorrow. We're staying forever. That rang with alarming finality. Used to living alone now, Nora felt a sliver of discomfort. Mom, you know Armand loves you. He wants to take care of you and Sonny. You can't just walk out on him. Yes, but who am I if I'm not Hildy Flowers? Mom's voice cracked. She rested her head on Nora's shoulder. I'm not doing this only for me. Someday, you and Sonny will inherit everything I've built. You'll be able to live in a bigger, better apartment. Someday, you'll be thankful for all the choices I made and continue to make. I'm placing my legacy in your hands. I don't want any of it. Nora wanted to say the words out loud. But she'd learned long ago that her mother only heard what she wanted to hear. So, she sighed and stroked her mother's hair, and wondered why she was always the mature one in their mother-daughter relationship. You're not going to meet your client for the first time dressed like that, Mom said as she shuffled out of Nora's bedroom the next morning, heading directly for the coffee maker. Nora, you never want to dress down for a job, especially the first day. Despite having bedhead, Mom looked stunning, whereas Nora, who'd spent the night on a blow-up mattress, looked like she hadn't slept a wink. I need bolstering right now, not criticism. Nora was nervous. Success meant more work. More work meant less worry about paying the rent. She wore plain black leggings and a black blouse she'd buttoned all the way to the top. She'd pulled her blonde hair into a slick ponytail and slid on a pair of overly large, reading glasses. You're only 29. When did you start needing glasses? Mom tried to reach for them. Nora darted out of reach. These are for show. I want people to take me seriously. The sounds of a waking New York City reached them. A car honked. A pigeon cooed on the fire escape. In the distance, a police siren came to life. Mom crossed her arms over her ample chest. Have I taught you nothing about the power of appearances? You're beautiful, Nora. Don't hide it. Be yourself. Nora rolled her eyes, which made the world pitch from behind the perspective of her lenses. Do you know what beautiful people in the health industry get? Her mother arched her delicately shaped brows. All the jobs. As if. All the skepticism, Mom. People respect the glasses. People respect the work. Her mother yawned, turning to the coffee maker. At least, unbutton that top button. You look like a repressed waitress. I am repressed. And if she didn't make more money soon, she'd be waitressing to make ends meet. Mom whirled back to face her, suddenly wide awake. You don't really think that you're repressed? Yes, I do. But that discussion was a dead end. Mom would just try to convince her otherwise. I'm nervous, Mom. Ignore me. Nora grabbed her tote and headed for the door. Wish me luck. Good luck with the granny and her little grandson. Nora hurried downstairs. She had everything planned out. What to buy: fresh fruit, nuts, organic grains, trail mix. She stopped at her favorite local market, the one that opened early. Then she swung by an organic coffee shop for a skinny latte and a bottle of kombucha. Finally, she headed for the Ercole. Nora stopped at the grand, arched gate to the historic apartment building on 86th Avenue. It was just 2 short blocks from Central Park. There was an interior courtyard with a mermaid fountain bubbling in the midst of meticulously groomed, rose-blooming gardens. The Ercole put her cramped, plain brick apartment building to shame. Don't be intimidated, Nora mumbled to herself. Because of her mother, she'd met wealthy and famous people before. Heck, her current stepfather was wealthy and famous. Nora knew how to mingle and make small talk. She wasn't impressed by grand homes or apartments, by showy jewelry or designer handbags. Or she hadn't been when introduced as the daughter of Hildy Flowers. But this was different. Now she had a wealthy client. Best case. This could be huge in terms of referrals for her business. Worst case. Everyone who was anyone in New York City would hear about her failure and she'd be blackballed. Don't fail, Nora mumbled, entering the property. She found the uniformed bellman at the front desk and gave him her best smile. Hi. I'm here to see Dotty Summer. 12C. The doorman was an older gentleman with a thick head of white hair. He chuckled. That Dotty. She gives Mr. Summer fits. He crossed the lobby toward the elevators, hard-soled shoes ringing on green marble tiles. Should I? Nora's tote felt as heavy as the task ahead of her. Should I be worried? About Dotty? No. He keyed the elevator to bring her to the 12th floor, the top floor, where she assumed all the grand penthouse suites were located. And a prickly Mr. Summer, who had to be the father Dotty said her little grandson tried so hard to please. The elevator ride was short and smooth. The doors opened to a grand hallway on the 12th floor. That hallway was easily twice as wide as the one in her building and twice as intimidating. There was framed artwork on the walls. Nora swallowed her nerves and stepped out. The door to 12C stood open. A petite, elderly woman in a purple tracksuit and yellow sneakers waved. You must be Nora. I'm Dotty, the one who called. Dotty had short gray hair that had partially escaped her attempts to make 2 little pigtails behind her ears. She handed Nora a check. And good, you brought food. Maybe the boy will eat. I'm so worried. Help has arrived, Nora said in a too-chipper voice. And then she didn't dare speak because of the opulence of the room behind Dotty. The apartment looked as if it had been lifted from the pages of a magazine as an example of modern minimalism. The exterior wall was made of glass and extended 2 stories upward. The floors were dark hardwood, laid in a herringbone pattern. The seating was modern, tan, chrome, and leather. There were paintings hung on the walls, one of which looked like a Van Gogh Starry Night. An original. A large television hung over the black marble slab fireplace. To the left of the living room was an open kitchen with slick white cabinets and black marble countertops. The place lacked warmth. It didn't have as much as a fuzzy throw or a soft pillow. Nothing about the apartment felt like Dotty, who led her toward the kitchen. It certainly didn't look like the home of a young boy. It felt like an austere home, one designed to impress. This was the home of a man who had no patience or time for imperfections, substandard, or celebrities who milked the press. Nora's breath suddenly burned in her lungs as if she'd eaten pasta for breakfast and run all the way over here. The words, "Don't tell them about Mom," echoed in Nora's head like a bad voiceover in one of her mother's horror films. "How do we get this party started, Nora?" Dotty took a seat at the massive kitchen island. "Not just for me, but for my boy. Nutrition is a key to my program." Nora set her purchases on the counter and began unpacking bags. "So, I'd like to take inventory of your pantry and refrigerator. And then we'll begin to purge and replace." "Have at it." Dotty waved a hand. And then she swung around in her bar stool and called out, "Whiskers, where are you?" "Whiskers." Nora smiled. That sounded like the name of a friendly cat. It followed that whoever Mr. Summer was, he couldn't be all bad if he owned a cat. Nora opened a cupboard door to what she assumed was the pantry. The shelves were bare. Likewise, the refrigerator had nothing of consequence in it besides a bag of exotic coffee beans. Nora frowned. Where were the staples little boys devoured? Cookies. Potato chips. Ice cream. Soda. "Does your grandson live here?" "Yes. I'm just visiting." Dotty called out again, "Whiskers." "I'm confused." Nora gave a little laugh, placing 2 glass bowls she'd brought on the counter and filling them with steel-cut oatmeal. "Who lives here?" "I do." A tall, handsome man emerged from a doorway at the back of the kitchen. He had classic, if somewhat hollow, features, a strong chin, defined cheekbones, bright blue eyes, and nearly black hair that was pushed away from his face. He had an air of sophistication and privilege that ran counter to his blue t-shirt, blue jeans, and bare feet. Bare feet shouldn't be sexy, but they struck Nora as such, reminding her of beaches and sunsets. "Whiskers, this is Nora." Dotty smiled as if all was right in the world. "She's going to help us get healthier." "Whiskers." Nora choked out. "That's me," the man said in a weary voice. "I'm Chadwick Summer, and for some reason when I was a boy, Grandma Dotty started calling me Whiskers. You had many playdates with your cousin Kitty at my house." Dotty sniffed as if her rationale should make sense to anyone and everyone. Chadwick became Wick and evolved to Whiskers. Kitty and Whiskers. "Most people call me Chad." He set an empty coffee cup in the sink and extended his hand to shake. There was something about the timbre of his voice and the way he moved that awakened a memory inside of Nora. "Oh, no. It's him." Chapter 3. Nora couldn't move. She could only stare. "This man, my Hamptons mistake, is Mr. Summer, the man Dotty gives fits to." The man before her had held her close and listened to her exasperation about her emotionally dependent mother. She'd ran her fingers through his thick, dark hair and listened to his frustration with his cold, controlling father. It had been the most important night of her life, and she'd run away in the gray light of dawn because she couldn't face the repercussions when he found out who she was and who she was related to. "Because he'd think I was exactly like my mother." In the present, Chad stared at Nora's hand, still outstretched, a perplexed look on his face. "Don't let on you know him." Nora stepped free of the past and reached for Chad's hand. His grip was warm and encompassed hers in a gentle but firm hold that said he knew how to handle himself. His grip wasn't limp. Nor did he crush her bones. It was just right. He was just right. Nora relived another memory from that night. Don't tell me your name, she'd said to him, mostly because she hadn't wanted to share hers for fear of how the conversation would spiral if he knew who she was. I just want to talk to someone. She'd sought refuge in his family's cabana down the beach from her mother's wedding reception, and it was there that he'd discovered her. Sure. I get it, he'd said with something akin to relief in his tone. Anonymous, like stepping into the confessional at church. And they'd confessed things, all right. Heart pounding, Nora drew her hand back, forcing her lips into a shape she hoped resembled a smile. I can do this. It's not like Chad is my client. Nora cleared her throat. And what about the boy Dotty called me about? Her grandson. Where is he? She looked around. Chad's brow furrowed. That would be me. He's Dottie's grandson. He's my client. Nora froze once more, gaze darting toward the door. But she couldn't leave. She'd tucked Dottie's check into her tote. She'd mentally allocated those funds to rent and replenishing her savings. She'd already been rehearsing how to ask Dottie for a referral at the end of the week. She couldn't back out now, especially with her mother staying in her apartment and more than eager to say, I told you not to go to work looking like that. Looks now had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with hiding her identity. If she'd arrived here with her hair down, top button of her blouse undone, and without her unattractive glasses, Chad would have been more likely to remember the woman in a neckline plunging, form-fitting cranberry evening gown whose hair he'd released from an intricate updo. Whiskers has been working himself to death. Dottie pointed to the coffee machine and its pot of coffee. Surviving only on caffeine. That's a problem, Nora the dietitian said, responding on autopilot. The body doesn't function properly on coffee alone. Have we met before? Chad was still frowning at Nora. We've never been introduced. That wasn't a lie. But holy mackerel. It was all falling into place now. He must be Chad's Summer of Summer Diamonds, often mentioned along with his 4 handsome brothers as one of the most sought-after bachelors in New York City. She'd heard of him, but not being a serious reader of the social pages or on social media because of her mother's cult following, she'd never seen his picture. But, Chad Summer. The implication of who he was sank in. A man like that was a playboy, which meant the night they'd shared would be one of many one-night stands he'd had with women. She would have been one of many. Part of a crowd. Forgettable. Calm settled over Nora. She added almond milk to the oatmeal-filled bowls. I apologize for the mix-up. Why don't you sit down and tell me what your health goals are while I make breakfast? Chad took a seat next to Dottie on the other side of the island from Nora, giving her some much-needed breathing room. Dottie explained about her early dementia diagnosis and recent medication prescription, adding, as for goals, I want to keep my brain as sharp as it ever was. Chad rubbed a consoling hand over Dottie's back, but there was mischief in his blue eyes. As sharp as your brain ever was. That's not a stretch. Joker. Dottie jabbed Chad with an elbow, making him retreat to his own space. Just wait until you're old. You mean ancient? Chad's mischievous gaze found Nora's. His impish smile invited her to join in on the fun. And for a moment, Nora imagined what it would be like to belong here in this penthouse with him, to share moments like this every day. A smile played on her lips and that was how that night had started. A little attraction. A little humor. A little mischief. Nora turned away to put the 2 servings of oatmeal into the microwave, hoping to turn off the attraction she felt singing between them. I'm aging better than you, boy, Dottie was saying, full of sass. I've never passed out from lack of food or sleep. Nora glanced at Chad, not through the perspective of a former conquest, but as a healthcare professional. Those prominent cheekbones of his were too prominent, too sharp, too pale. And his eyes were shadowed with exhaustion. Chad made a derisive sound. I just need to eat better. Nora recalled Dottie's words last night, that boy doesn't eat. Chad needed to take in enough fuel, and a better grade of it. The body is an amazing thing. Using hot pads, Nora removed the 2 steaming bowls from the microwave and placed them on wicker trivets. She added a bit more almond milk and stirred the contents. The body shuts down when it wants you to notice your environment is too stressful or it needs something more than it's being given. That's exactly what happened to Whiskers. Dotty nodded. He shut down. And now we've got to reboot him. Nora topped the glass bowls with fresh blueberries and a sprinkle of brown sugar. She slid the oatmeal across the black marble countertop, only then realizing the bowls she'd brought had cartoon characters emblazoned on them. Dotty's was decorated with characters from Encanto, a favorite film of Nora's. Chad looked at the bowl she'd chosen for him, The Incredibles. It was a favorite of Sunny's. Yeah, funny story. Nora tried to laugh. I want healthy food to bring joy. I have a love of animated films and I thought Chad was 12 or something. Dotty dug into her oatmeal. Why would you think that? Nora let that comment go, choosing instead to smile politely as she opened a bottle of kombucha. She poured 2 small servings into juice glasses she'd found in Chad's cupboards, and then set them in front of Dotty and Chad. Is this a spoonful of sugar? Dotty sniffed her glass. It smells like hair of the dog. She took a sip, made a choking sound, and then spit it back into her cup. Pass. Chad stirred his oatmeal, ignoring his kombucha. Nora had lots of experience with reticent patients. This was a turning point. She could either roll over and admit she couldn't help these two, or she could be the difference maker in their lives. Nora found her inner drill sergeant, the hardlining alter ego she developed in response to her mother's princess tendencies. Drink your kombucha. Nora rinsed Dotty's glass clean before pouring her another serving. Among other things, it helps the digestion, is loaded with antioxidants, and gives you energy. Dotty eyed the glass with revulsion. Can you add sugar to it? Chad chuckled, not that he'd touched anything in front of him, not even his oatmeal. No more sugar. Take a breath and drain your glass. Nora crossed her arms over her chest. You hired me to help you. You either want my help or you don't. In an ideal world, Chad would brush her off and her sole client would be Dotty. I had a nanny like you once. Dotty held her nose and drank her kombucha. When she was finished, she grimaced and thrust her glass at Nora. Water. Nora obliged, quickly rinsing, and then filling her glass with tap water. Dotty drank noisily. Bleck. Good health tastes nasty. Meanwhile, Chad had downed his kombucha without complaint. I'm sure we've met before, Nora. He handed Nora his empty glass. He had yet to touch his oatmeal. What's important is that we know each other now. In for a penny, in for a pound. Committed to remaining anonymous while executing her health coaching duties, Nora came around the island and took his spoon from the counter. She filled it with oatmeal and a single blueberry, and then handed it to Chad, careful not to touch his fingers. I'm here to get your health back on track. Can you tell me more about what led you to a coffee-only diet? He didn't want to. She could see it in the guarded set to his deep blue eyes. He's been putting in too many hours at work. Dotty was a wealth of information and had a good appetite when it came to oatmeal. For that, Nora wanted to hug her. And during your long days at the office, when do you find time to exercise? Chad held his spoon mid-air, more watchful of Nora than his oatmeal. Well, Whiskers hasn't been exercising at all, Dotty said simply. I'll take it from here, Grandma. Chad frowned, bringing his searching gaze back to Nora. I've been busy. Granted, I skipped some meals. But I'm taking a personal day today to regroup. I'll be fine tomorrow. Now's probably the time to tell you to focus on my grandmother, not me. Instead of feeling relief, Nora wanted to shake some sense into him. You won't be fine tomorrow if you don't eat today. Nora touched Chad's forearm, encouraging him to take a bite. It was a mistake to touch him because the attraction between them arced up her arm like a jolt of electricity. She retreated to the other side of the island. Do you own a car? He gave a little headshake, as if confused by her sudden change of subject. Yes. Your car requires care and maintenance, Nora argued gently. Gas or electricity? Fluids. New belts, good tires to keep you safe on the road. Would you agree? Chad shook his head again. As much as I appreciate your metaphors. You either agree or disagree, Chad. Nora used her most commanding voice, the one she'd used on her obstinate hospital patients. If he and Dotty fired her, she'd bill them for a few hours and avoid the Urkeley forevermore. You ran out of gas yesterday and collapsed, true or false? Bless her heart, Dotty continued to eat, gaze darting from Nora to Chad and back again. Bolstered by the impression that she had the upper hand and the fact that Chad had yet to recognize her, Nora pressed her point. Did you run out of gas yesterday? Chad didn't want to admit to the weakness. His gaze hardened. Yes, but... Do you run your car into the ground, too? Nora adjusted the set of her glasses. No, but... If you did, you'd take it to a specialist, wouldn't you? Nora kept at him. Now wasn't the time to let up. Yes, but... Chad, Nora waved his protests away. You can argue all you want, but the truth is you drove yourself until you dropped, and now you're in need of a specialist if you want to treat yourself with the same care you'd treat your car. This was good. Nora had him off balance. He'd be focused on her as a health coach, not trying to place where they'd met before. Now, fuel up. Eat your oatmeal. We have a lot of work ahead of us. She's a pip. Dotty scraped the bottom of her bowl. This is going to be a gas. Get it? She nudged Chad with her elbow. I should stay here with you for the duration of our training this week. She gasped. Why don't we get matching track suits? We'll be the envy of all my friends. We might even start a trend. Chad heaved a sigh before finally eating a spoonful of oatmeal. Nora took the opportunity to outline her plan. For the next few days, you'll both be eating a diet targeted to your needs. We'll be slowly building your strength with snacking interludes. I love snacks. Dotty clapped her hands. These snacks will be both edible and physical, Nora explained, smiling at Dotty approvingly. Every 2 hours we'll have a check-in to make sure you've consumed enough food and water. And then you'll get up and move. I can't move if I'm in meetings, Chad grumbled in between bites. Good point. Dotty gestured to her grandson. Nora held on to her smile. You can hold walking meetings, circling the office hallways, going around the block outside, or traveling up and down stairs. Good point. Dotty gestured to Nora. I won't be inconvenienced, Chad said stubbornly. If we return to our car metaphor. Please don't. Chad pushed his empty bowl away. An oil change is inconvenient but necessary, and there are many ways to fit it into your schedule. Like potty breaks. Dotty nodded. I like her, Whiskers. Chad frowned. It was clear he didn't like Nora. And since they had a history she'd rather he forget, Nora was fine with that. Chapter 4. The nagging sense that Chad had met Nora before wouldn't go away. Not through a breakfast of oatmeal. Not through a gentle walk around the building's courtyard at his grandmother's pace. Not while Chad dutifully drank 2 glasses of water and ate plain yogurt with chia and fresh cherries. He knew this woman. He knew the warmth of her hand in his. He knew the intelligence in her deep brown eyes. He knew the way her voice roughened when she spoke of something important to her. And yet, he couldn't place her. Not her oversized glasses. Not her neat sun-streaked brown ponytail. Not her athletic, conservative outfit. And he tried. "Are you sure we haven't met before?" he asked her when Grandma Dotty had retreated to the guest room to call his cousin Kitty. "Maybe at a fitness club. Do you belong to one?" Nora pushed her glasses higher on her nose. "No, not for years." He hadn't had time. "But have you ever been a bartender or a waitress or something?" Perhaps she'd worked at an establishment Chad frequented. No, her phone chimed with a message. Nora checked the screen. "Honestly?" She looked exasperated, moving to gather her big shoulder bag. "I'm sorry. Something came up and I have to take care of it. I'll be back later." "Where are you off to?" Chad wasn't finished trying to place her, not to mention he felt a bit jealous about Nora's focus on someone other than himself, which was out of character for him and disconcerting. She was disconcerting. "I need to," Nora's brow quirked. "Walk my dog. And then swing by the market for more food for the two of you." "But you're coming back." "Yes." She tapped a response into her phone. And then glanced at him with a mixture of emotions flitting behind those lenses, frustration, apprehension, and something he couldn't place. "Don't worry. You're going to be back at work tomorrow. And if you follow my recommendations and honor my prompts via text, you should be able to stay at work and out of the hospital." Nora thought he was worried about being able to return to work. How weak did she think he was? Chad squared his shoulders. He supposed the fact that she hadn't caught on to his curiosity regarding their past was a relief. "Yeah, I need to get that tune-up. I'm incredibly busy at work right now." Reality was that he couldn't afford any more health problems. Chad walked Nora to the door. "Drink your water and eat the trail mix I left you." And with barely a glance his way, she was gone. Chad closed the door and headed to his home office, intending to make some calls and answer emails. The news wasn't great. The clowns were still trying to hold their website for ransom. There was no word yet from Interpol about the missing diamonds. Phil had gotten in touch with their insurance, but they were claiming first responsibility lay with the Russian seller's insurance company. Braden was jittery about losing the pynite. And Phil wasn't happy that he was fielding questions about Chad taking a sick day and having to lie, even to their brothers. Chad urged everyone to stay the course. Urged? Honestly, he sounded more like their commanding father-in-chief. He didn't like being heavy-handed and bossy. But it was necessary. Grandma Dotty poked her head in his office. She was wearing Chad's New York Yankees baseball cap, autographed by Alex Rodriguez, his New York Giants football jersey, autographed by Eli Manning, and a perplexed look on her face. "Where's the mechanic?" "Nora. She had to walk her dog." Chad waved a hand toward his grandmother and the blue jersey that hung to her knees. "Put those back where you found them. And then stay out of my bedroom." "I don't need to go back in your bedroom, Whiskers." Grandma Dotty sniffed, nose in the air. "I found everything I need to know about you. There's no special woman in your life. No second toothbrush. No drawer filled with a woman's change of clothing. No lipstick stains on your shirt collars." She pranced closer. "Now, I have a list of women interested in providing me with great-grandchildren, starting with Cordelia. The woman she'd mentioned last night as being willing to date him. The one on the app she'd put him on. I'm not interested in Cordelia. There was just one woman Chad was interested in, and he'd promised himself he'd find her. He just hadn't believed he'd still be looking 4 years later. There are other women." Grandma Dotty smiled the way she did when she wasn't paying attention to what was being said. She wiped her finger across the surface of his desk, checking for dust. "I saw one this morning who seems like a go-getter. I'll arrange a meet and greet." A lot can happen between a couple when a man's been celibate so long his condoms have expired. Chad's mouth dropped open, but no words fell out. His grandmother had apparently tossed his room more completely than a private investigator. "Isn't it time to snack?" Walk. Hydrate. Eat. Grandma Dotty came to stand next to him, rubbing his shoulder consolingly as if she hadn't just humiliated him. You don't want to fail your tune-up or disappoint Coach Nora. Chad was grateful of the change in subject. I've got water and trail mix here. I'll walk double on the next snack break. You haven't eaten your trail mix or drank any water, his grandmother pointed out. But I recognize that stubborn tone of yours. I'm going to walk, Whiskers. You should do what the doctor ordered. The doctor. Nora isn't a doctor. He wasn't sure where they'd met before, but he was positive it wasn't in a hospital. You know what I mean. Grandma Dotty stomped off, mumbling about cars in need of tune-ups and great-grandbabies yet to be produced. Thanks for coming to my rescue when our regular nanny was delayed. Mom darted out the door just as Nora came in. Now I can make my rescheduled audition. Wish me luck. Good. The door slammed. Luck. Sissy. Sonny barreled into Nora's legs, wrapped his little arms around her and sat on her feet. I want donuts. No donuts. She stared down into his cherubic little face, taking in those bright blue eyes, dark as night, rumpled hair, an infectious grin. His innocent exuberance for life was just what she needed after a tense morning worrying that Chad would recognize her. And it made her forgive her mother for texting to demand she take off from work to babysit until her New York nanny arrived in an hour. Why are you still in your pajamas? He giggled and hugged her tighter. Mom promised me donuts. Too bad and so sad, Sonny. She ruffled his dark hair. Her half-brother was the one good thing to come out of any and all of Mom's marriages. I'm not your mama and I don't believe in donuts. There were zero redeeming qualities. Donuts, donuts, donuts. Sonny bounced on her feet. Laughing, Nora set her keys and tote on the small table in the foyer. And then she swung Sonny into her arms. Do you want to go to the park? Yes. He tugged at the band holding her ponytail, expertly freeing the tresses. I love the park. Then you'll have to change out of your jammies. Okay. Sonny speared his fingers through her hair. Is your hair real? Mom's hair isn't. Mom wears extensions sometimes. Nora carried him into the bedroom, intent on finding his clothes. But all my hair is real. A few minutes later, they made their way toward Central Park. It was a beautiful, sunny day, not as humid as it would be in July or August, but still hot. After about 10 blocks, she had to carry Sonny. When they reached their destination, Nora gave her little brother a plastic bag full of toy cars. Sonny squealed and ran toward a group of toddlers in the sand pit, skidding into them like a runner sliding into home plate. Nora moved to the shade a few feet away. Nora. Dotty appeared at Nora's elbow, looking wilted in her rumpled tracksuit. Her short, gray hair had escaped her pigtails in more places and fluttered around her face. I almost didn't recognize you without those big glasses and with your hair down. Oh. All the angst about hiding Nora's identity from Chad returned. Scanning the area from behind her sunglasses, Nora pulled her hair over one shoulder. Is Chad with you? No. He's playing hooky. Thankfully, Dotty didn't seem to notice Nora's nervousness. She glanced around the playground. I was just out getting my snacking walk in. Where's your dog? Chad said you had to leave to walk him. Shoot. She'd been caught in the lie. I love children, too. I bet you stopped by to get your daily fix of cuteness. Dotty's attention was on the cluster of toddlers, not Nora and her guiltily heated cheeks. Do you live near here? About 10 blocks away. 5 blocks from you, Chad. It's a small apartment and, Nora was babbling. She drew a breath, trying to settle her nerves. It's been in the family for 4 generations. It may have been small, but its location and controlled rent made it ideal for Nora. Are you on that swiping app? Dotty turned a searching gaze Nora's way. What's your handle? I'm not on any of those dating apps. Just the thought of joining something like that turned her stomach. Are you sure? Dotty's brow furrowed, as if she was perplexed. I'd like to look for you. You can look all you want, but I'm a private person. Nora peered into Dotty's eyes, looking for signs of confusion. After all, the elderly woman had admitted to being in the early stages of dementia. Had she fallen out of touch? And I don't date much. I don't date at all. Whiskers has never liked surprises, Dotty continued in that vague tone. And here I thought Kitty would be first. Dotty is not in the here and now. Concern had Nora placing the back of her hand against Dotty's cheek, and then her forehead. The old woman's skin was warm, but not overly so. Except with the elderly, one could never be certain how the heat and short-term dehydration would affect them, especially when you added medication in the mix. Dotty, you need to take a cab home. I don't want you to overdo it on your first day of snacking. When you get back to the apartment, make sure you drink your water and eat the trail mix I left. Dotty turned to her. You're so kind, Nora. Not blonde and not high maintenance, which is perplexing. This isn't good. On second thought, let's sit down and rest. She led Dotty to a bench, and then sat next to her, rummaging in her tote. I've got water. You need to hydrate. She handed her an unopened bottle. Dotty drank deeply. That purse of yours is deeper than the carpet bag Mary Poppins carries. What else do you have in there? A change of shoes, I bet. Yes. My motto is to always be prepared. Because growing up, she'd always taken care of her mother. Dotty stared at Nora in silence for so long that Nora began to worry again. Are you okay, Dotty? I passed okay about 10 years ago. I'm now in getting by mode. She touched Nora's chin. You remind me of someone, and I can't place you. I've often been told I look like someone's doppelganger. So true. We all have one, don't we? Nora tried to make light of it. She took the old woman's soft hand in hers and turned away, finding Sonny. The kid was lucky that he took after Armand in appearance. You know, the proper diet can help clear your mind. You can get back to okay. Okay or not, I'd like to run the New York City Marathon, Dotty said in all seriousness. It's on my bucket list. Along with other things, like competing on Dancing with the Stars with a hot hunk and making the Guinness Book of World Records. Nora smiled. What record do you want to hold? Any of them. Dotty chuckled. I should be going. If Whiskers looks up from that computer of his and notices I'm still gone, he'll be worried. She drank more water before getting to her feet. I've found my grandsons hover less than my granddaughters, but the worry and the lectures are about the same. Nora got to her feet. It's good to have someone watch over you. Do you have money for a cab? Yes. Dotty reached in her pocket and pulled out a crisp $20 bill to prove it. I'll see you later. Bring your pet along. We won't mind. My pet. But. Dotty hurried away. Chapter 5. You should have walked with me, Grandma Dotty told Chad when she returned from her afternoon fitness snack. I saw Nora. Chad looked up from the financial report he'd tried to read the night before, this time via email attachment. He was grateful for a break since the numbers were still a little blurry. Nora lives around here. She must be more successful than he thought. Or perhaps she came from money. It wasn't cheap to live in this neighborhood. I'll have to walk with you next time. Maybe then his brain would make the connection to where he'd seen her before. Grandma Dotty danced energetically over to his desk. He might have assumed she was benefiting from Nora's program more than Chad if she hadn't been carrying a cardboard coffee cup from a nearby cafe. Funny thing about Nora, Whiskers. His cell phone rang. Hold that thought. Grumbling about misplaced priorities, Grandma Dotty marched out the door. I just got off the phone with Interpol, Braden told him brightly. Like us, they suspect the Russian we cut the deal with of sending us bogus gems. That's great news. When is the thieving Russian wiring us a refund? Not yet. Braden sounded less enthused. Interpol has to prove he stole them. Did they arrest him? Because the Russian broker had been uncooperative, there was something satisfying about the idea of him being interrogated in a dark room under a bright light. No arrest yet. But this is the second time this year a transaction like this has happened with him. Braden, Chad bit back a curse. It's your job to vet the wholesalers we deal with. Just like it was Chad's job to vouch for Braden, the least responsible of his brothers, with their father. I'll make it right, Chad. I promise. Okay. All right. Chad ran a hand through his hair. In the meantime, I'll have our insurance company pressure the Russians' insurance company to cover the loss. Or at least, he'd call Phil to do it. Moving on. We need to talk about the Pinite. Braden's tone rang with urgency. We can't let this opportunity pass us by. We don't have the cash for that deal unless we get the diamonds or the diamond money in hand. Phil told me he can shift funds around. And reduce our cash reserves. Chad let caution slow his words. Hopefully, his brother would understand the risks associated with the deal. Chad had lost sleep over it last night. We won't have any wiggle room if anything else goes wrong. What else can go wrong? You need to ask. Chad hung up and got up to resume his discussion about Nora with Grandma Dotty. He spotted her outside on his patio tossing her trail mix to the pigeons. So much for Nora's nourishing diet impacting Dottie's mental health. The doorbell rang. Chad went to answer it, slightly taken aback by the stranger at his door. The blonde woman before him was too thin, too made up, too calculated in her presentation, from the sharp, unnatural point of her nose to the blunt length of hair brushing her shoulders to the red lipstick that matched her high-heeled sandals. She's everything Nora isn't. The thought took him aback. When had his health coach become his romantic barometer? Hi, I'm Fiona. The woman's laughter was modulated, as controlled as the rest of her. Dottie and I met downstairs before she took her walk. What a coincidence that we live in the same building and have never met. But you are everything Dottie promised. Fiona reached out and squeezed Chad's bicep the way a shopper squeezed fruit before making a selection. In fact, you might be more than Dottie promised. Speaking of promises, Chad glanced over his shoulder, but his grandmother was nowhere to be seen. I'm in the middle of something right now and can't be disturbed. He faced his unwanted blind date with a cool smile. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming by. He stepped back and swung the door toward the closed position. Fiona planted her palm on the wood. She was determined, he'd give her that much. And stronger than he gave those skinny arms credit for. How about drinks tonight? No. I'll be babysitting. Trying to keep his grandmother out of trouble. You have kids. A crack of disapproval appeared in Fiona's artful facade. Correction, Fiona. I'll be grandma sitting. Chad closed the door and locked it because a woman like Fiona would have no qualms walking inside if he didn't. See you around. Fiona shouted from the hallway in an unperturbed tone that made Chad feel uncomfortably like prey. He stalked through his apartment, searching for his matchmaking grandmother. She was in the guest room, presumably on a phone call. Hi. Oh, yes. That sounds lovely. She waved Chad away. This wasn't his first experience with Grandma Dotty's meddling. He plucked the cell phone from her hand. She wasn't on a call. He shook her phone in the air. No more matchmaking. His grandmother slumped. In all fairness, I forgot I invited Fiona over. She tapped her temple. My memory isn't what it used to be. For the last time, I don't need help in the love department. Chad drew a deep, calming breath. And besides, Fiona is not my type. An image of a brunette with oversized glasses came to mind. Chad shook himself. What was happening to him? Nora wasn't his type either. The doorbell rang. It's probably her again, Chad grumbled, tossing his grandmother's phone on the bed before heading for the door. Nora hadn't expected to be greeted with Chad's scowl. She almost turned around and fled. Almost. She'd deposited Dotty's check on the way back to his apartment. Fully committed, she charged past Chad with a small bag of groceries and a breezy comment, "You've got the look of a man who hasn't been taking his snack breaks." She's a smart cookie. Dotty greeted Nora with a friendly smile. Our health coach is spot on. Whiskers hasn't been snacking. You should talk, Grandma. Chad closed the door and followed Nora to the kitchen. You fed your trail mix to the pigeons. Tattletale. Dotty crossed her arms over her chest. And it was just the granola parts. You're a bad example, Chad told Dotty, softening his retort with a kiss to her forehead. There was something about a man who doted on his grandmother that melted Nora's heart. Chad sat in a bar stool across from Nora. You let your hair down. Oops. Nora's melty heart began pumping double time. Because shoot. In her rush to return, she'd forgotten to put her hair in its utilitarian ponytail. Luckily, she'd remembered her eyeglasses. Back to Chad, she quickly switched her sunglasses for them. It was a weak disguise, but it was the only defense she had. And she needed a defense. What if he remembered their shared history? Would his pride at being unceremoniously dumped make him fire her? Blackball her? Chad leaned forward, resting his elbows on the countertop. Do you always wear glasses? Nora kept her head down as she put away the groceries, searching for a distraction. What did she have planned for this afternoon? Yes. Have either of you ever meditated? I've never been to Club Med. Dotty sipped from Nora's water bottle, the one she'd given her earlier. Have you, Whiskers? Club, Chad shook his head and then answered Nora directly, I'm too busy to meditate. It's not productive to quiet my mind when I juggle so many responsibilities. You mean you aren't yet disciplined enough to quiet your mind and harvest the resulting productivity? Nora faced all that gorgeous hunk of man, struck head-on by an unexpected pang of longing to wrap her arms around him and never let go. But to do so would mean she was like her mother, her sleep with a man, marry him months later, and divorce him soon after mother. And more than anything, Nora didn't want to be like her mother. Overachievers train themselves not to shut off their brains, which eventually means they have trouble falling asleep and staying that way. Next you'll tell us a car battery operates best after 8 hours of sleep. Chad rolled his eyes, which were fringed with long, black lashes. Nora contained a dreamy sigh and a smile that might have let on she was still attracted to him. Look, Whiskers. Metaphors don't work for everything. Sometimes the scientific proof should be enough justification for you to try a method to relieve a problem like insomnia. Now tell me, what do you do, night after night, when you can't sleep? Chad's intense gaze was locked on Nora's. I think about. Where's your pet, Nora? Dotty cut Chad off, glancing around. The one you left us to walk. Nora floundered. She desperately wanted to know what kept Chad from sleeping soundly, foolishly wondering if he ever thought about the night they'd spent together. But Dotty had derailed that conversation with a dangerous one Nora wanted to avoid since she didn't want to be caught in a lie about Sonny. A distraction was in order. Again. The best way to convince you about the benefits of meditation is to show you. Nora led them to the living room. Chad, you sit in that big chair facing the television. Dotty, you get comfortable on the couch. Can I lie down? Dotty sprawled across the tan leather, arms and legs akimbo. Like this. How about we find a better position? Can I help you? With Dottie's agreement, Nora helped the elderly woman get into a more relaxed position on her back. As long as you don't make me cross my hands over my heart like I'm in a coffin, I'm good. Dottie stuck her hands in her sweatpants pockets. Nora turned her attention to Chad. I've never been able to meditate. He sat in a closed-off position, arms crossed, knees and heels pressed together. I could be doing other things right now. Nora's memory was all too happy to meander in the direction of other things. But she was nothing, if not disciplined. She visualized the amount of her most recent bank deposit before continuing. Think about this, Chad. If you give meditation a chance, you could return to work with renewed energy and get more done. Unconvinced, Chad didn't shift out of his grumpy position. Nora bit her lip. His limbs needed rearranging. But she knew any touch would unsettle her and possibly him. Maybe he won't feel a thing for me. Nora clung to that belief because touch him, she must. Let me help you get comfortable. She took one of his wrists with her finger and thumb and placed his elbow on the chair's armrest. This is good. There's no spark. Dotty breathed deeply, as if having already fallen asleep. Smiling a little at the elderly woman's behavior, Nora came around to the other side of Chad's chair and repeated the process of repositioning his arm. Still no spark. Fantastic. Which might have been a lie. Nora's pulse was racing from the contact, which wasn't so fantastic, not when she needed all her calm to lead her clients in meditation. She sat on the thick wool carpet facing Chad in the lotus position, taking a moment to slow her breathing and feel the sun streaming through the windows on her back. Life sometimes feels like an uphill battle, but it shouldn't be. Chad startled, as if awakened from a dream. He stared at Nora. What did you say? What did I? Nora blinked up at him. Life sometimes, she cut herself short. It was one of her favorite sayings and she'd probably said it to him that night while they'd spoken of hardships. It's something I read on a greeting card or a poster, I suppose. Have you ever heard of it? Nora tried to come across as innocently chipper. And some of her mother's acting talent, small as it was, must have rubbed off on Nora, because his gaze went from wary to accepting. I suppose, I have. Enough small talk. Let's get comfortable. Close your eyes. Nora softened her voice. Slowed her cadence. She gave prompts designed to quiet the mind and ease the spirit. Breathe in 2, 3, 4. Breathe out 2, 3, 4. Keep breathing deeply. Focus on the sound of my voice. Feel the tension leave your body, 2, 3, 4. Dotty snored. Chad snorted. Nora opened her eyes, barely keeping from laughing. Chad was watching her. Their gazes connected. And all the attraction she'd been denying came flooding back to her in a rush of unwelcome excitement. He'd been the only man she'd kissed who hadn't known she was the daughter of Hildy Flowers. They'd bonded over the hardships of having to live up to the lofty expectations and demanding needs of their parents. She'd told him she was determined to start living life on her own terms. He'd agreed that's what he should do, too. But he hadn't. He'd driven himself to the brink of exhaustion. She wanted to take him by the shoulders and tell him to snap out of it. Instead, she said, you need to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and set aside all those expectations from your father. How did you know about my father? Dotty said, clear as day. And then, her snoring continued. Chad didn't say a word, but he looked at her differently. With recognition. Chapter 6. You're the woman, Chad said slowly, quietly, not wanting to wake Grandma Dotty. The one from the Hamptons. The woman who'd taken his picture at sunset and made him believe his life could be different. And then she'd left, and nothing in his life had changed. Everything fell into place. The warmth of her skin. Her soft brown eyes and velvety brown hair. Her earnest voice and touching confessions about how hard it was to live in someone else's shadow. The glasses. Her oversized glasses had thrown him off. But it was her. Chad wanted to drop down to his knees and praise the heavens. "I don't know what you mean," Nora whispered. She stood and scurried into the kitchen on silent feet, much the way he'd imagined she'd left him 4 years ago. "You know exactly what I mean." Chad followed, fighting the jagged edge of sudden anger, facing her across the island and ruing how large it was. It felt like they were an ocean apart. "You and me in a cabana overlooking the ocean. We talked. They drank. We made a connection. They'd made love. And then you ran away. Snuck away. Without so much as a goodbye, a name, or a number." Nora took out salad fixings from the refrigerator. "You're mistaken." "I'm not." He was filled with a jumble of warring emotions, elation that he'd found her, anger that she wanted to cling to her ruse, relief that the attraction he felt for his health coach had roots, annoyance that she'd run from what they'd shared in the first place. Nora found a colander in a cupboard, refusing to look at him. Refusing to speak. "Your hair. Those eyes. I should have known you right away. Despite the ponytail. Despite the glasses. Despite the years and the unanswered questions." Chad's heart thumped and he felt like he was overheating because after a week of unsolvable problems, he was finally going to get closure on something. On this thing. On her. "You owe me an explanation." Nora dumped the vegetables in the colander, put it in the sink, and turned on the water to wash them. Her movements were stiff, stilted, unhappy. "How can she be unhappy that we found each other again?" "Did that night mean nothing to you?" he asked gently. Nora turned off the water, removed her glasses, and stared at him with brown eyes that didn't rage at being outed. Her cheeks were a deep shade of red, but she wasn't angry or annoyed. She had tears in her eyes. "We were never supposed to meet again." 4 years. That's how long he'd had to rehearse this meeting. 4 long years. That first day, he'd imagined she'd return to the house or hotel where she was staying to shower and change. He'd been certain she'd return to the cabana. To him. They couldn't have shed and shared such secrets for her to run away. When she hadn't shown up that weekend or the rest of the weekends that summer, Chad's attitude turned ornery and defensive. If she showed up, she'd most likely claim he'd gotten her pregnant and want something from him. He was determined she'd get nothing because everything she'd said and done that night had to have been a lie. If it wasn't, she'd have come back. During the fall when she still hadn't sought him out, his attitude changed once more. He wondered if something had happened to her. People died crossing the street in New York all the time, not just in childbirth the way his mother had. If his mystery woman showed up in a wheelchair, he'd forgive her for leaving him. And then in the new year, he'd found a place in his heart that both cared and resented her, this woman who knew more about him than his brothers and had walked away as if he was nothing. As if she viewed him the way his father did, as a man who had yet to prove himself. He'd become more determined than ever to establish himself as the best in the diamond business. He'd hired a private investigator to find her. And because he wasn't a romantic, he'd given himself 5 years to do so. 5 years of faithfulness. 5 long, lonely years. And now, he'd found her. A myriad of emotions clawed their way up Chad's throat, blocked there by the sight of tears in her eyes. Nora. Her name was Nora. No one can know about that night. Nora dashed away a tear and heaved a sigh. Are you married? Were you married? That would explain so much. And hurt all the more. Tarnishing his impression of her as well as his image of himself as a man with principles. No. I'm not married. I never have been. You don't understand. Her whispered words. They cut into his very soul as if she'd shouted them. And then she closed her eyes, one hand coming up to clutch at the neck of her blouse. Can't you just forget about that night? No, the word burst out with more force than he'd intended. It felt important and, was it all one-sided? He switched tactics. I owed an explanation. You left me. Those last 3 words. They sounded raw. He sagged in the bar stool, feeling exposed. Her eyes were still closed. She drew a deep breath and opened them. I'm sorry. But I have to keep this professional. If my presence makes you uncomfortable, we'll shift to remote support. It's only a week. Or I could refund Dottie's money. Chad's brain pinged an alert. He was missing something important. But unlike the emergencies that had befallen the company this week, he had no idea how to shift into damage control mode. Can I rely on you to keep the past in the past? Nora's voice sounded strained, like an overheating jewelry buffer as the engine burned out. Pride battled with empathy in his chest, crowding his lungs, making it hard to think. Chad. Nora moved quickly, pouring a small glass of juice, coming around the island and placing it in his hand. Drink this. And when he didn't respond because he couldn't stop looking at her in the midst of this brain freeze, she added, now, and guided the glass to his lips. The combination of her touch and the sweetness of orange juice jump-started his brain. He drained the glass and reached for her hand. We need to clear the air before we can be anything to each other. Her eyes filled with sorrow. She gently slipped free and retreated into the kitchen proper, returning to efficient salad preparation and putting up her guard. He'd confronted that guard when he'd first laid eyes on her. He'd found her in the family cabana when Braden's college graduation party was in full swing. Dad had been bursting with pride for Braden. Where was his pride in his oldest son? The one who'd given up a dream of college to help grow the family business and fund his siblings' college educations. Thinking the blue and white striped tent was empty, he'd charged in with a full bottle of whiskey and a heart drenched in sorrow, only to find a beautiful woman in an evening gown on one of the lounges. She'd gasped, wiping tears from her cheeks. He'd stumbled to a halt, swallowing curses. Give me a minute before you kick me out, she'd said, drawing herself up and visibly attempting to pull herself together. But a sob had escaped through a chink in her armor. I might need 2 minutes, actually. He'd sat on the lounge opposite her and offered her the bottle of whiskey. You and I need more than a minute or 2 to find some balance. In reality, they'd need it all night. He'd have gladly taken forever. Chad stared at her now, and whether it was the sugar waking his brain or the calm that usually descended over him after the initial shock of a crisis had passed, he remembered things he hadn't before. Her shyness. Her reticence. It wasn't for show. She was used to living in the background because. You think I'll hurt you? As others had undoubtedly done before, including her mother. You believed it back then and you believe it now. I don't think. I know, she confirmed quietly. We may have things in common. We may be attracted to each other. But relationships that last don't start with a night of passion. It's better this way. He disagreed but said nothing, mind spinning with new information. She hadn't known who he was. She wasn't married. She'd had bad relationships before. She wasn't willing to give them a try because things progressed too quickly on the physical front. These were obstacles that he could overcome if given time. But she was chopping vegetables with practiced speed. The clock was ticking, and she planned to leave and never come back. He had to stop her from slipping out of his life once more. From the living room, Dotty cleared her throat. What did I miss while I was meditating? Nothing. Chad's mind raced. The one woman he'd made a significant connection with was running away from him again. He had to figure out how to bring her back to get some answers and hopefully find a way to make her stay. His cell phone rang. It was Braden. The Pie Night seller wants a meeting tomorrow. Should we do it at your place or are you coming into the office tomorrow? I have a choice. Calm settled over him. Yes, he had a choice. I'm going to be working from home again tomorrow, Braden. Chad captured Nora's gaze. And I have an idea for a new company benefit, a health coach, services offered free of charge to all employees. I have the perfect consultant in mind. Nora's jaw dropped. But she didn't tell him no. She didn't even shake her head. Oh, I can't wait until Dad hears this. Braden practically crowed with laughter. I can't remember the last time he went to the gym. You sure know how to pick your battles. Not. Oh, Chad knew how to pick his battles. And he had a pretty good idea of how to win a war, with thick-skinned patience. After all, he'd been campaigning for the CEO position for years. In some odd way, the experience had prepared him for this, the winning of Nora's heart. He hung up the phone and named a sum of money he didn't think an independent health coach would refuse. I can't believe it. Nora slammed the door to her apartment and dropped her things on the table in the foyer. I can be bought. You look like someone at the playground stole your favorite toy. Her mother sat on the living room rug building a pillow and blanket fort over a giggling, squirming Sonny. Don't tell me you lost your client on your first day. I told you not to dress like an overworked librarian. It's worse than losing a toy. Nora stomped into her apartment, and then paced back toward the door. I agreed to be a corporate health coach. And this is bad because I like him. Because this time, my heart may break. Instead of the crack it had suffered the morning after she'd met Chad in the Hamptons. Everything is happening too fast. Nora whirled around. And the wrong way. My business should grow slowly, client by client. There were no shortcuts in business, just like there were no shortcuts in love. Maybe you'll be an overnight success. Mom reached between the pillows to tickle Sonny. Like your mother. I take hold of opportunity when it comes knocking. I don't want to be like you, especially when it comes to men. Her mother succumbed to passion and assured everyone around her that it was love. But 5 of her mother's marriages later, Nora knew that good relationships were built slowly and on trust before passion was explored. At least, that's the way love should unfold. Nora paced into the kitchen and back to the door. I need time to figure this out. She glanced at the photograph on the wall, the one Chad had taken of her that night with her phone. She'd been caught up in the moment. Even now, when she looked at that picture and was reminded of that one precious night they had together, of the tender way he'd looked at her, of the easy flow of conversation. Deep down, Nora wished it could be real. But the evidence that it couldn't was on the floor in front of her, her mother. Tell me more about this company that hired you. Mom poked at the pillows, making growling noises that made Sonny giggle inside the fort. Maybe they'd like to arrange a paid appearance with the famous Hildy Flowers. Please don't start, Nora said, not wanting her mother to capitalize on her business connections, which would only prove Hildy and Nora didn't fit in with the well-heeled crowd. I'm going to tickle you, Sonny. Mom stuck her head in the fort, eliciting gleeful shrieks from Sonny. The fort collapsed around them. Nora came to their rescue, gathering up blankets while her mother gathered Sonny into her lap. Did you ever build me a pillow and blanket fort? All the time. Mom gave Nora an incredulous look. Don't you remember? No, Nora remembered sharing a bed with her mother in the small second bedroom. She remembered playing quietly on the floor next to the bed because Mom wasn't awake yet. She remembered bringing her tea in the morning, sitting alone in chilly rooms while waiting for Mom's auditions to end, and walking the streets of New York City as Mom went from one audition to another. Her mother had even pushed Nora to audition, but Nora had been unable to sell the lines and eventually, those tryouts had stopped. But what Nora couldn't bring to mind were simple play dates like Sunny was having with their mother now. Was that because they hadn't happened? Or because Nora remembered the events in life that pertained to her mother's acting career? She didn't know. Potty. Sunny scrambled to his feet and trotted to the bathroom. Don't go away. Never, Mom promised. She stood and helped Nora fold the blankets. I'll never leave you either, Nora. Hadn't she said that to Armand? Nora hated her jaded thoughts. She swallowed them away. Enough about my day. How did your audition go? I screamed my way into the role, Mom gushed. As if there was ever any doubt. You are one of the world's most beloved scream queens. One of the actresses whose roles were best defined by their ability to shriek in horror films. Mom beamed. And I'll be in the next installment of the Carver Clowns, America's premier slasher movie franchise. A franchise based on a villainous family of knife-wielding clowns who kept coming after the March family. Hildy had originally been cast as Monica March, a young woman too stupid to live, although somehow, she'd managed to survive the 5 first films. Then she'd made cameos playing her grandmother in the prequel made a few years back. And now, even though her character had been dead for 2 films, she'd landed another part. The director felt it was important to have me. Something in her mother's voice had Nora searching her features. What's wrong? Nothing. Mom gave Nora a quick hug. You worry too much. Only because you don't worry at all. Or think about the consequences of her actions, hence her 4 divorces. You just said you got the role. Why aren't you happy? Well, Mom sniffed, chin high. It's just a dream sequence. Half a day. At scale. You left Armand for half a day at scale. Nora was going to make more working for Dotty this week. Don't put it like that. It's my art. My passion. Mom grabbed a pillow and threw it at the love seat. And it's the principle of the thing. I am not retiring before I'm ready. Not for anyone. You'll never be ready to retire, Nora countered, finding an outlet for all of the day's stress. Not even if it costs you your marriage. Does love mean nothing to you? Mom's cheeks flushed. You don't understand anything about relationships. Why would I? You suck as a role model when it comes to love. Nora lost it, voice rising with each word. From the moment you landed a role in the first Carver Clowns movie, you made my chances for a normal relationship impossible. Because of you and your love life, I've been bullied and ridiculed. I don't want to be some fan's sick fantasy or have my personal life trumpeted in a banner on your fan page. I want to be anonymous. And that one time with Chad, she had been. It had been hard to walk away from him, but it had been the right thing to do. Of that, Nora was certain. She'd saved them both from the pain of a doomed relationship, one like her mother was ending with Armand. Mom studied Nora intently, the way she studied her scripted lines sometimes. And then she laughed, as if the point of the scene and all her required screaming suddenly made sense. Armand called you, didn't he? No. He didn't. Nora deflated. Her mother would never understand. She couldn't empathize with others, which was why most of her marriages failed. Poop. Chapter 7. Chad was ready for Nora the next morning when the doorbell rang. He'd showered. The coffee was made. And his plans were laid. He'd drawn up a consulting contract for Nora to sign and arranged for Phil to bring by a signing bonus check in the next day or so. When he opened the door for her, their gazes connected. Nora didn't shy away, and he didn't step out of the way. Instead, he let the zing of attraction buzz between them, taking in her athletic form in her sporty black leggings and matching lightweight jacket. He let it energize him and lift his expression into a smile with more than a hint of invitation, because patient or not, when he saw Nora, he had kissing on his mind. We're going to have to talk about boundaries, Nora looked him up and down, from his bare feet to his blue jeans to his New York City Marathon t-shirt. She took her time. And then she sighed as if it was hard to put the past behind a boundary. Mr. Summer. I'll honor any boundary you request once you're officially a Summer Diamond affiliate and begin providing services in our office building, Ms. Flores. But when you're in my home and when we're off the clock, make no mistake. To me, you are Nora, a woman I'm head over heels for. And to you, I hope I'll be Chad, a man you can see yourself falling for. She stilled. Whiskers. Grandma Dotty appeared at his elbow, face paper white, covered in gelatinous cream. Chad startled. What in the world? It's my beauty regimen. His grandmother spoke with hardly a twitch of her facial muscles. She wore hot pink, silk pajamas with a purple pansy-patterned silk robe that fell to the floor behind her like a wedding train. She had that thick white cream smeared evenly over her face and a blue coat of gloss over her thin lips. Her short gray hair tufted skyward, held by small, bright yellow clips. And look. Here's my health coach to start the day's recovery regimen. About that. If I could come in, Mr. Summer, Nora said in a crisp tone. Chad held up a hand, stopping his dream girl from slipping past him or establishing boundaries he didn't want between them. Relationships are based on trust and truth. Don't be a hypocrite, Nora. I've waited a long time to see where this leads. She sighed. Nora was good at sighing. And if it ends badly, then at least, we can say we tried, he told her, meaning it. Not that he expected Nora to make things easy even if she loosened her boundaries. Huh. Grandma Dotty peered up at him. I feel like I started a TV series on episode 4 and have no idea what's going on. It's day 2 of health camp, Nora said in a falsely upbeat voice. And as soon as Chad lets me in, we'll get started. I can't wait. He grinned at Nora and opened the door wide enough to let her pass. I adjusted my schedule for 2-hour breaks. I'm fully committed to make this work. This meaning them. Whiskers is becoming a proponent of self-care. Grandma Dotty trailed after Nora to the kitchen and climbed onto a bar stool, not caring about her pajamas or ghastly beauty regimen. Did you notice there's color in his cheeks today, Nora? I did. Nora busied herself organizing the food she'd brought. There's color in my cheeks today, too, Dotty said, turning her mask-like face toward Chad. Aren't there? The doorbell rang, saving Chad from pointing out that his grandmother's cheeks were covered in goop. That's probably Braden. Although he was early for their meeting with the pie night broker. I haven't seen Braden in ages. Dotty trailed after him with a swoosh of her robe. Bring him some of those baby carrots, Nora. He's just as bad as Chad when it comes to eating his vegetables. Chad opened the door. Oh. Dotty squeezed in next to him. Oh. Hello, Fiona said, all false warmth and fake sunshine, as if she greeted elderly women in the midst of a horrifying beauty routine every day. Fiona wore ripped jeans and a tight pink sweater, but the hunger in her eyes when she looked at Chad was the same as yesterday. I brought coffee and donuts. She held a cardboard takeout tray. Dotty made a sound like a scoff. We're on a strict health program. No carbs. I don't think you're right for my whiskers. Fiona's gaze turned chilly, focusing past Chad's shoulder. And you are? Carrot? Nora held a crystal whiskey glass filled with an assortment of baby carrots. She's Whiskers' muse. Dotty drew back inside the apartment. Whatever she'd applied to her face was beginning to crack on her cheeks and slide toward her jawline. We're going to have to change our swipe for you, Fiona. No hard feelings though. Close the door, Whiskers. Chad was happy to oblige. Nice meeting you, Fiona. The door clicked home but didn't block out a feminine sound of frustration on the other side. Lose gracefully, I always say. Grandma Dotty headed back toward the kitchen island. Always? He couldn't remember his grandmother ever saying anything of the sort. Nora blinked up at him, still holding the carrots. She hadn't bothered to put on her glasses today. Nor had she captured her brown hair in that uninspired ponytail. You have an online dating profile? Nope. He shook his head. Just the one I created for him, Grandma Dotty admitted, though without any trace of guilt. Chad took a carrot and leaned forward to whisper, "Take pity on me, Nora. Have dinner with me tonight." Her brown eyes sparkled. You literally have women beating a path to your door and you want to date me? He nodded, grinning. I can't. The light in her eyes dimmed. My mom is in town. She handed him the carrots and returned to the kitchen. Nora, you should have brought Sonny. From her seat in a bar stool, Grandma Dotty arranged her robe over her knobby knees. Sonny. Chad drew a blank. Nora's pet. His grandmother had that look in her eye, the one that said she was up to no good. I saw Sonny at the park yesterday. I told Nora she can bring him. Nora was staring at Chad's grandmother as if she'd announced healthy foods gave her gas. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? I like animals. Or he'd learn to. For her. Chad grinned, leaning on the counter near Nora. Nora frowned slightly, still staring at Grandma Dotty. This isn't the best environment for Sonny, what with all the breakables. I'm sure we could figure something out, Chad reassured her, scanning his living room for things a puppy might destroy. After all, my apartment is mostly Grandma Dotty proof. Condom inspection aside, his electronics were all password protected and his safe was hidden behind a painting in his bedroom. I'm not deaf, Whiskers. His grandmother frowned at him, Goop threatening to slide into her lap. You're dripping, Dotty. Nora held out a damp paper towel, helpful as always. Grandma Dotty waved her away. That's the dead cells sloughing off. The doorbell rang. That should be Braden with a jewelry wholesaler. Chad gave his grandmother a grin. Are you sure you don't want to wash your face? She shook her head. Beauty is a process, my boy. So be it. Chad headed toward the door. But I dare you to tell yourself that while you're looking in the mirror. Nora. Whispering, Dotty came around the kitchen island to stand very close to her, so close that a blob of facial cream fell on Nora's sneaker. When did you do the midnight rumba with my grandson? Nora bent to wipe her shoe clean, which was good because she thought she might faint, and she'd have less height to fall from. Dotty. I'm not blind. The elderly woman helped Nora to her feet, and then took the paper towel from Nora's hand and held it under her own chin. The blue gloss on her lips was running into the thick, gelatinous mask, making her appearance horror film-worthy. I don't blame you for putting Whiskers off. Business always gets in the way of romance. If you're going to date him again, you'll have to compartmentalize, like he said. I haven't. We didn't. Nora held on to the counter, needing the support. Dotty gave her a look that demanded the truth, which was odd considering she looked like a clown caught out in a rainstorm and she kept referring to her brother Sonny as Nora's pet. Nora caved under the pressure anyway. Okay. It was a long time ago and since I'm not going to date Chad, it's not a topic for discussion. I knew it. Dotty raised her petite fist in the air. Score 1 for matchmaking grannies. Nora gently shushed her. Chad escorted 2 men into the apartment. He introduced them to Nora as his brother Braden, who resembled a younger, more relaxed version of Chad, and his business associate Eric. To his credit, Eric didn't bat an eye over Dotty's appearance. Didn't Chad tell you we were coming over, Grandma Dotty? Flashing a flirty grin, Braden took his grandmother's hand and led her toward the guest bedroom. This is now a place of business. You should be dressed for visitors. I have on my robe, Dotty protested, albeit coyly. And what if there was a fire alarm? Braden sked. That doorman downstairs has his eye on you. There's no guarantee he has a facial cream fetish, you know. You are so sweet. Why hasn't some woman taken you off the market? Dotty gently swiped his arm with her hand before disappearing into her bedroom. Even I know why you're single, Braden. Eric leaned over the kitchen counter, catching Nora's eye with an impish grin. He enjoys the nightlife too much. Not to mention no woman would take his heavy charms seriously, Chad added. Which is fine by me. Braden opened the refrigerator. What's this? There's food in your fridge, bro. This is a first. I didn't approve of your health coach idea at first. No offense, he told Nora, smiling like a child up to no good. None taken, she replied smoothly. Have you eaten breakfast? I was going to make egg cups with kale. Braden's smile deepened the way Sonny's did when he thought she was teasing. Are those like mini quiches with ham and bacon? No, she said. Egg whites and kale. No cheese. Pass. Braden held up his hands. Fine by me. Nora nodded. Should I make myself scarce while you do business? No need. Eric removed a small, black drawstring bag from one of his khaki pockets and a square of white velvet cloth from another. He laid the cloth flat on the black marble. And then he poured 10 rough, reddish-brown stones from the bag onto the white velvet. Each was the size of a large jelly bean. As you can see, Chad, these are uncut pienite. I've got a certificate regarding their origin as peacefully mined. They're estimated to be 20 carats in total once refined. Nora was fascinated by the casualness of Eric's presentation. She'd had farmers at the street market display their wares with more panache. Eric pulled a piece of paper from his back pocket, unfolded it, and smoothed the creases so it would lay flat near the stones. Everything's legit. Ignoring the certificate and Eric's statement, Chad picked up a stone and used a jeweler's magnifying glass to examine it. Had she been fascinated by Eric's informal sales pitch? Who was she kidding? Nora couldn't care less about Eric and those homely little pebbles. She was fascinated by the confidence Chad exhibited, the way he held himself, the way he set the stone down and glanced toward her before picking up another. I am in so much trouble. She needed to find her professional detachment. These are worth 1.2 million retail, Braden announced before crunching on a carrot. Nora nearly fainted again. She turned her attention back to Eric. You're just walking around New York City with $1 million worth of gems in your pocket. Without a security detail. It's how the industry operates. Despite his casual words, Eric didn't take his gaze off the gems on the counter. I do it all the time, Braden added in a nonchalant tone. I don't even think about stuff like that anymore. But he gave Nora a measuring look, as if pondering whether or not she had designs on those gems. I guess I've been lucky not to meet up with any jewel thieves. Nora held up her hands and took a step back. I'm just a health coach. After a moment, Braden nodded and gave her a friendly smile. We're not going to pay retail. Chad set the rough gem back on the white velvet. To sell them, we'd need to have them cut and set. And finding an end buyer will be tricky. These are small stones. Pienite buyers prefer large, flashy jewelry. You could make a multi-stone piece. Eric sounded like he was suggesting something easily done. Maybe staying cool was the key to making million-dollar deals. Something statement-making. Your brother Garrett is a fantastic jewelry designer. It's not as if you don't have the resources. Think of the buzz for summer diamonds if we created a necklace or brooch that only celebrities borrow to walk the red carpet. Braden nodded enthusiastically, completely bought in by the looks of him. Frowning, Chad wasn't sold. You want to invest more than $1 million in a piece of jewelry we don't sell. Explain that to Dad for me. Nora recalled Chad confessing how hard he worked to please his father. She touched his shoulder, wanting to reassure him that if nothing else, she understood there was more than money at risk here. It was Braden's turn to frown. Companies spend $1 million on a one-time ad in the Super Bowl. Think of this as the gift that keeps on giving. If we don't snap up this deal, someone else will. Someone should have told me my mask was melting. Dotty emerged from her bedroom with a freshly scrubbed face, slicked back gray hair, and wearing a lime green track suit and neon yellow sneakers. She sidled up to the gems and reached for a stone. It's too risky. Chad placed a hand over his grandmother's, caught her eye, and shook his head. At a minimum, we'd need time to complete the due diligence on our end, authenticating the stones and the certificate. What good is a spectacular piece of jewelry if it was mined and sold with hands bloody from the conflict in South Africa? Good point. Braden picked up the folded certificate and studied it. And we'd have to come to an agreement on price, Chad told Eric. They spent the next few minutes haggling. Chad was so calm while trying to bring a 7-figure deal down to a 6-figure deal that Nora's mind was boggled. Her respect for him ratcheted higher than before. I just wanted to see one up close, Dotty said in a pouty voice as she picked through the carats. They're very rare. She came closer to Nora to whisper, ask Chad if you can hold one and then pass it to me. He's not going to let me touch one either. Besides, Nora would freak out if she had to hold something worth so much. He'll let you. Dotty nudged Nora with her elbow. You have history. Ancient history. Nora shook her head. That was 4 years ago. Dotty gasped, towing Nora toward Chad's office and away from the men. I knew I was right. Chad's office was the opposite of the kitchen and living room. The floor was a tan Berber. The desk a deep walnut. There were framed pictures on the wall of people, not art. This was where he lived. The rest of the apartment was just for show. Nora caught sight of a small, framed photograph on the wall. It was a photo of Chad staring at a sunset, the one Nora had taken of him 4 years ago. The mate to the photo of herself she had at home hanging on her wall. He'd kept a photo. She'd kept a photo. That had to mean they'd meant more to each other than a one-night stand. Her pulse raced giddily around the idea. Dotty stopped just inside the office door, still holding Nora's hand. I have to ask you about, she glanced toward the kitchen and lowered her voice. Safe relations. Relations? Nora recoiled. She tried to tug her hand free. But for such a petite woman, Dotty had a strong grip. Now, Nora, you know contraceptives expire and you've crossed a line. Nora gasped, freeing herself. Her gaze landed on the picture she'd taken. The memories came tumbling back. They'd been sitting together on a lounge chair, shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip. My mom leaps without looking. And then when she realizes she's gone down a twisting path, she calls on me to help straighten things out. The warmth of whiskey had loosened Nora's filter. And yet people embrace her banana-ness. But they look at me and can't see or accept me for who I am. I'm always judged by her yardstick. Not by me. Chad had put his arm over her shoulder and brought her close. I judge you and everyone else on their own merits. But like you, I want to be acknowledged for who I am and what I've accomplished. By your father. He'd nodded. Maybe we need to put less importance on what others think. Nora had nodded because she knew it was true. But deep down, she doubted she could do it. And look at the two of them now. Neither one had broken free of the yoke of expectation. Nora. Dotty waved a hand in front of her face. Are you blipping? Yes. There was no use denying it. We both need a dose of kombucha. It would help clear the cobwebs from their heads. Kombucha. Dotty made a face. Are you punishing me? I'm on your side, you know. Give the devil's drink to Chad. I'll do better than that. I'll give it to all 3 of us. Chad's doorbell rang. He went to answer. If that's another woman looking for a date, someone is in big trouble. Who? Grandma Dotty trotted after him, darting past him when he opened the door to greet their visitor. Kitty, Chad's favorite cousin, and arguably Dotty's favorite grandchild, stood in the doorway looking like the harried, overworked doctor and much-needed glue to her branch of the family that she was. Her long, dark hair was wind-tossed and there were circles under her eyes. In short, she looked like the female version of him. Kitty embraced their grandmother in a long hug. So, this is where you've been hiding. For the first time in a long time, Chad acknowledged the resemblance of his cousin and his grandmother. Looking at Kitty next to Grandma Dotty was like looking at younger and older versions of the same person. Both were diminutive with delicate bone structure. Both were stubborn and adept at getting their way, in their own way. Dotty did it with unapologetic dittiness, while Kitty did it with an unassuming smile and subtle class. Except for the time she'd stopped her sister's wedding moments before the wedding march played. That had been a train wreck. And from what he'd heard, Kitty and Maggie still had fences to mend. I came to steal Dotty for lunch. Kitty wrapped her arm over their grandmother's shoulders and drew her into Chad's apartment. There was a strategic gleam in her eyes. You don't mind, do you? She expects me to protest her giving me time alone with Nora. No. Of course, Whiskers doesn't mind. And neither do I. Grandma Dotty chuckled, pausing to whisper to Kitty in a voice loud enough for Chad to hear, "Promise me a greasy burger and French fries and I'll follow you anywhere." There's no cheating this week, Chad told them with a shake of his finger. We're under Nora's care and eating healthy. Nora. Kitty spotted their health coach in the kitchen where she was preparing the day's nutritious snacks, dividing them into individual serving containers. Chad introduced them. She's been dosing us up with healthy superfoods and taking us for exercise snacks. That explains someone's request for French fries, Kitty murmured, too softly for their grandmother to hear. She gestured toward Chad's office. Can we talk in private? Sure. Chad led her inside. Kitty set her leather backpack purse on a guest chair as Chad closed the door for privacy. Since I'm here, I wanted to give you a heads up. That sounds ominous. Kitty nodded, hands twisting in front of her. Beck asked me to marry him and I said yes. Beck, Chad's brain sifted through people he knew with the name. You mean your sister Maggie's former fiancé? Kitty grimaced, looking nothing like a happy bride-to-be. Their engagement was more like a business deal, which doesn't make this any less awkward. Maggie will be hurt. Again. My father is refusing to give me away and I'll do it. I'll walk you down the aisle. Chad had no qualms doing what was right. Ever. Kitty's eyes filled with tears. I wasn't asking but. That's nice. You may not have to. We might just head down to the courthouse because it would be better for everyone. But not for you. When she was a girl, Kitty had often staged an elaborate wedding between her Barbie and Ken dolls. You need to do the right thing for you and Beck. No one else. Do the right thing. Chad's gaze drifted to the picture of him watching a Hamptons sunset. I always try to do the right thing, he told Nora that night. And do you know what my father says about that? Nothing. I bet that makes you unhappy. She'd laid a soft hand on his cheek. And guilty because you feel unhappy. It's hard to live a life where everyone's needs come before your own and you feel taken for granted. Why does it feel like we've spent the majority of our lives keeping our families together? Kitty was saying. Because we have. Chad ran a hand over his hair, half surprised he still had any what with all the stress he lived under. And because after years of doing the right thing, the hard thing, we've grown weary of it. They shared a moment of silence. My dad will never bless our wedding. Kitty gathered her bag. And my dad will never pass the running of the company over to me. It was a hard truth and would take time to process. Nora and Dottie's carefree laughter filled the air. Whatever you decide, Kitty, you and Beck can get the family discount at Summer Diamonds. Thanks. Kitty hugged him. Sounds like Nora's got a big fan. Chad hugged her back. You'll like her, too. She's a lot like the two of us. He opened the door, affording them a view of the kitchen. Kitty moved past him. Nora looks familiar, but I can't quite place her. Have we met before? I get that a lot. Nora laughed, but it was strained. And Chad wasn't sure if Nora was stressed because he'd placed her or if she legitimately looked like someone else. Chapter 8. Is this an exercise snack or a whole meal? Despite considering himself to be in relatively good shape, Chad was breathing heavily. Sorry. Nora slowed down near a small waterfall in Central Park, barely winded. She wore a black woman's ball cap slanted low over her forehead and her dark sunglasses as if she were a celebrity and afraid of being recognized. They'd been fast walking for at least 30 minutes. That wasn't what Chad had in mind when he'd suggested they take advantage of his grandmother's lunch date with Kitty and get out of the apartment. He'd imagined a leisurely, romantic stroll, holding hands, talking, and maybe sharing a kiss or two. Sometimes it feels good to just go and not think about anything but how beautiful the world can be. Nora stepped off the path, moving nearer to the small water feature. This part of the park is off the beaten path and helps to clear my head. He suspected he was partially the cause of her need for a calmer mind. His own thoughts had been racing since he'd discovered who she was. You've been worried about the past and what judgment I might have about you leaving me without saying goodbye. It wasn't a question. She was too focused on what the world thought of her because of her mother, although he didn't know or couldn't remember why. He moved closer to her, tucking a strand of brown hair behind her ear. Give me more credit than that. She nodded, not moving away. It's just. Your grandmother has ideas about us. And now she's going to lunch with your cousin. We don't owe anyone explanations. And somehow, he knew if he asked Nora for more intimate details about her life and why she'd left, she wouldn't give anything to him. Not until they rebuilt the trust that had drawn them together that night. How are things with you? 4 years ago, you and I were caving under the pressure of family roles and expectations. And now? My mother moved to California, which gave me some much-needed space since she tends to suck me into the drama that is her life. But you, Nora faced him, her soft gaze searching his. And then she laid her palm on his cheek. You burned out. I thought we agreed that we'll never be the person our parents want us to be. I thought we agreed we'd be okay with that and blaze our own trails. And yet you. After years of wanting my father's approval, convincing myself I didn't need it turned out to be harder when you weren't by my side. Chad covered her hand with his. So, your mother finally accepts that you aren't her keeper. She's handling all her drama on her own. A shadow crossed over her face. I thought she did, until this week when she came back to town. Why am I not surprised that individually we're both still in the same boat? Chad gave in to temptation and pulled Nora close, catching her hat before it fell to the ground. She felt right in his arms. But it was more than that. The world felt right with her near. She was the balance that had been missing in his life. The next 4 years will be better for each of us since we'll be together. You always sound so certain, she said into his chest. I feel certain when you're around. He stroked the length of her soft hair, feeling hopeful. Certain? About everything. You're not really going to pay close to $1 million for those stones Eric was selling and just keep them, are you? Nora tilted her face up toward his, worry evident even behind her dark glasses. Can your company afford that? Can any company afford not to build their brand reputation? It's hard to get sales if no one's heard about you. He smoothed away the gentle crease in her brow and then placed her ball cap back on her head, not wanting to talk about business. Then I suppose the question is whether your father will approve the deal. Chad didn't want to talk about his father either. It's been 4 years since I held you like this, Nora, and you want to waste time talking. Color brightened her cheeks and her gaze dropped to his lips. Don't you have a meeting after lunch? My day is always fluid because I have to juggle changing priorities. And right now, kissing you is my top priority. He lowered his mouth to hers. Oh, she murmured before their lips touched. He kissed her tenderly, longingly, as if his kiss could put into words what he desperately wanted to say, that she was special to him, that one summer night spent with her 4 years ago had ruined him for any other woman. A jogger passed by, music blaring so loud from their headphones that Chad could hear the telltale scream of hard rock. Nora shrank back, ending their kiss and keeping her face averted. Is something wrong? Chad glanced around, but they had no audience other than the retreating jogger. No, she said in a shaky voice. And then she righted her cap and smiled shyly at him. I'm just a private person. Noted. He also noticed that she'd returned his kiss and that she seemed to appreciate him taking things slow. Let's head back. He took her hand and led her to the path. Can I suggest a pace somewhere between meandering and race walking? You can. After all, it's your exercise snack. He swung her into his arms again and bussed her lips. Then he set her next to him and continued walking. What was that? Nora asked breathlessly. A kissing snack. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Man does not live by food and exercise alone. Nora chuckled. I've created a snacking monster. The path was shaded and wound around tall trees and large bushes. Every step they took away from the secluded waterfall seemed to make Nora withdraw back into herself. He jiggled her hand a little. Wow, your second thoughts are louder than hard rock through a jogger's headphones. You have no idea what I'm thinking, she said in a way that told him she was deep down the path labeling a relationship with him as a bad idea. Au contraire. You're thinking lots of shouldn'ts. He came to a full and complete stop, taking her other hand and making her face him. You're thinking every decision you've made regarding me this week is a mistake, from kissing me to signing that health consulting agreement. Am I right? I never jump into anything. That's more my mother's style. She glanced down at their joined hands. Pink blossomed in her cheeks. And the health gig for your company. It just smacks of nepotism. I want to earn jobs, not have them handed to me because of who I know. He scoffed. Summer Diamonds is owned by my father and run by his 5 sons. I think it's been built on nepotism. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. Give it a try, at least, before you say that. You can quit at any time, but I promise you that my family is going to love you. The way I do. Love. He didn't dare say it out loud for fear of scaring her. But it filled his lungs and grew in his chest until he felt like enfolding her in his arms and swinging her around as he shouted to the world that he loved Nora Flores. And since he suspected she'd be spooked by that, he did nothing more than hold her hands and look deep into her eyes and think those 3 powerful words as if she could read his thoughts as well as he could read hers. Wow. Nora smiled up at him the way she had 4 summers ago right before he kissed her the first time. You really can read my mind. He laughed. What's so funny? I thought you were going to say something else. Like I love you, too. He smiled down at her and drew her into his arms knowing he needed to lighten the mood, not just hers but his. He knew where they'd began. He knew where they were now. But he needed reassurance that she wouldn't spook and run away again so that they'd have a future. He made light of the moment as best he could. I thought you were going to say you couldn't wait another minute to kiss me. And then he kissed her properly, with heat and wanting, unsure if the roaring in his head was from a helicopter suddenly passing overhead or his racing pulse. The mix of emotions inside him eased. With Nora in his arms, he was certain they had a future. He was convinced she'd tell him someday what had made her leave him 4 years ago. He was confident she'd recognize that his feelings for her were real and lasting. But in that moment, the most important feeling was the rightness of her in his arms, of them together again. Nora eased back. Holy moly. I'd forgotten how good you were at this. At her praise, a smile curled through him, practically down to his toes. I'd like another chance to refresh your memory. He lowered his head for another kiss. Nora pressed a hand to his chest. But first, we need to get you back to your apartment, for work, hydration, and refueling, not necessarily in that order. Our next snack break is less intense and involves meditation. He rolled his eyes. Are you going to be horribly disappointed in me if I can't master meditation? Are you going to admit there's something you can't master? She laughed and tugged him forward. There are many things I'm mediocre at. But he refused to allow one of them to be loving her. Name one of your so-called mediocre skills, she challenged, eyes sparkling behind her sunglasses. Gambling. Every time he went to a casino, he lost his spending limit in the first 5 minutes. Golf. He'd lost more balls than he'd put in that little cup on the green. And speaking of green, growing houseplants. But I think I remember you telling me how good you are at sailing. She continued to tow him along. And what about tennis? And you can't forget your business acumen and gem knowledge. I saw you at work this morning. You were impressive. Are you buttering me up for a reason? More kisses perhaps. A man could dream. She looked back at him and rolled her eyes. None of those skills of yours came around the first time, did they? You had to work at them. Point to Nora. He sighed. All right. I'll give meditation another chance. But he just knew how this was going to play out. She'd give him all the calm meditation prompts. His grandmother would be lulled to sleep. And Chad would end up staring at Nora with love in his eyes and hope in his heart. Nora climbed the last flight of stairs to her apartment only to find a crowd of people clustered around her open apartment door. Poof! The happy glow of a day spent with Chad went out. Mom? She ran down the hall. Sonny? Mrs. Shukla turned, sking. They've been screaming in your apartment for over an hour. Someone had to call, Nora. And by her tone of voice, it had been Mrs. Shukla. Nora pushed past her, past Mr. Hicks, and Mrs. Yu, squeezing into her apartment where her mother sat on the narrow love seat with a scared-looking Sonny in her lap, being lectured by a broad-shouldered, uniformed policeman. Mom, what's going on? Nora joined them, wrapping her arm around her mother. Are you Nora Flores, legal tenant in this apartment? The policeman's authoritative tone was discouraging. It implied her mother had been argumentative. And he held a ticket pad. Nora was quick to set the record straight. Yes. And this is my mother and brother. They're visiting. She gave her mother a stern look, hoping she hadn't claimed to be living here. I told the officer that. Mom's smile was strained. And I told him why we were screaming. We're practicing for a movie role. Nora wiped at her damp forehead and smiled at the representative of the law whose name tag read, Kiri. Funny story, Officer Kiri. When my mother used to live here, we had a rule. And the rule was, she fixed her mother with a hard gaze. That all screaming rehearsals were to be held on the grass at Central Park. For just this reason. She gestured toward the policeman. Her mother pouted. Nora stood. I'm sorry, officer. I'm sorry, everyone. She glanced past him toward her neighbors. It won't happen again. She's just visiting. That's 'cause Nora won't give me donuts, Sonny said, regaining some of his spunk and earning a chuckle or two from the neighbors. That's because I'm a health coach and licensed dietitian who tries not to eat empty calories, Nora said for the benefit of Officer Kiri, and everyone clustered outside her door. And then she realized the association between donuts and policemen. Not that a donut every now and again isn't all right for some people. Officer Curie put his ticket pad away. That's an outdated stereotype. Of course, it is. Nora escorted him toward the door. Thank you for clarifying. And for understanding that my mom got carried away. Her neighbors backed a few feet down the hallway, still listening unashamedly. She really is Hildy Flowers. Officer Curie settled his cap on his head, smiling a little. It's like she hasn't changed at all. Nora agreed, although for completely different reasons. She closed the door, locked it, and turned to face her mother. Really? Was that necessary? It was. Sunny is trying out for a role in the film. Mom stood, settling Sunny on her hip. There was a determined look in her eyes. We're lucky Officer Curie was a fan. Lucky? Nora scoffed, plucking Sunny out of her mother's arms, and setting him on the floor. She grabbed her wireless, noise-canceling headphones, put them over his ears like ear muffs, and then toggled to a folder of Disney music on her phone to drown out what she had to say. She waited for Sunny to start dancing before returning to her argument. I could get evicted with the kind of luck you brought here. No more apartment screaming. Fine. We'll sit out on the fire escape. Mom crossed the room to the window and threw up the sash, letting in all the street noise and the hot summer air. Nora reached around her and closed the window. We don't need any more scream stars in the family. Her mother flounced to the center of the living room, which was an accomplishment considering how small the apartment was. There was little room to work up a good flounce. Oh, your brother won't thank you for this later when he's working as a coffee barista and living in a hovel like this. A hovel like this. Nora glanced around at the walls and things that were dear to her, gaze catching on the framed photograph Chad had taken of her in the Hamptons, reminded that she shouldn't allow her mother to manipulate her. You can always move to your own apartment. I can't. Mom crossed her arms over her chest and looked away. Armand hasn't called me. Nora wanted to wash her hands of her mother's mess and run back to the shelter of Chad's arms. But her mother hadn't landed here indiscriminately. She returned to this apartment after every failed role and love affair. She needed this safe space. Nora rubbed at her temples, not wanting to be the person her mother needed this time. Instead, she wanted to lean on her mother, for once. To ask her for advice about Chad. But that wasn't the way their relationship worked. Sunny boogied between them, singing indistinctly. Adorable little Sunny, who didn't have Nana or Nora around on a daily basis to keep Hildy Flowers grounded and to protect him from being used to increase the value of the Hildy Flowers brand. Mom, Nora drew a deep breath and led her mother back to the love seat. Let's pause the idea of Sunny acting. Let's think about the high rate of drug and alcohol addiction among former child actors. It's hard enough to grow up. Why add the pressure of acting to it? Nora, things are different now. Mom beamed at Sunny, who danced as if he were oblivious of the tension in the room. We know so much more about how to keep kids happy and well-adjusted. You could join us in this venture, you know. Don't drag me into this celebrity mess. The last time you tried, that had been Mom and Armand's wedding reception. Mom had invited some superfans and paparazzi to witness the wedding party competing in a scream fest. It was what had caused Nora to flee the scene and meet Chad. Nora's stomach nodded. Remember me? I have no acting talent and I value my privacy. But just accept the fact that you're the star in the family and let the rest of us enjoy life in obscurity, please. The last thing Nora's budding relationship needed right now was the false shine from Hildy's spotlight. Hey. Mom poked Nora's shoulder. You could try acting now that you're older. You don't want to look back and have regrets. I have no regrets about not acting. But speaking of regrets, you haven't called Armand. You've run away. Again. Nora grimaced. That escape tactic hit a little too close to home given what she'd done to Chad. Did you even talk to Armand and try to find common ground before you bailed? Yes. After I sold a picture of us to one of my fan sites, he told me Hildy Flowers will be the death of our relationship. Mom's voice cracked with upset. Why play it out any further? Maybe there's a compromise. One that didn't involve exploiting her family. Or maybe he never understood me. Mom lifted her chin. Please don't say I jumped into the relationship too soon or that I pursue relationships for all the wrong reasons. Nora pressed her lips together. What could she say to that? Her mother did all those things. She didn't let love build on its own before committing to someone. There was always a reason she justified the tie of passion leading into marriage vows. They made sense together, they had a symbiotic working relationship, but she had never said their love was so strong that she was a better person with him than without him. Sonny rolled onto the floor, dancing while laying down on the rug. Sonny, who needed Nora's protection so his life wouldn't resemble Nora's. She couldn't let her mother go on like this. Can you tell me what you want out of life, Mom? Nora asked earnestly, trying to make her mother think through the repercussions of her lifestyle and career choices. Because the last time you wanted something, it was to be married to Armand. You swore he was your soulmate and that you'd do anything to make your marriage last. Anything. That includes telling Armand what he wants to hear. That who I am has been narrowed down to one word. She frowned. Mother. You're more than one word or one role. You're a wife. A famous actress. A beloved celebrity. Nora reached for her mom, embracing her stiff shoulders in a warm hug, wanting to ease her pain as much as she wanted to make her see the truth and ease Nora's. Although you don't want to hear it, being a mom is more important to me and Sonny than you being an actress or beloved celebrity. With a shuddering sigh, her mother relaxed, leaning on Nora as if she couldn't carry her burdens alone anymore. Are you going to make me call Armand? Nora held her mother at arm's length. I've never been able to make you do anything you didn't want to do. You'll call him when you're ready. But whether she called to save her marriage or serve him with divorce papers remained to be seen. Chapter 9. Things were going well with Nora from Chad's perspective. Nora had signed the contract to provide health coaching services to Summer Diamond employees. Phil had just stopped by to review the paperwork and award her a signing bonus. Before I give you this check, promise me one thing, Phil had said to Nora, waiting for her nod before explaining, promise me I'll never have to witness my brother keeling over again. Nora had given Chad a worried look. Only Chad can promise you that. Chad was ready to make that promise if she agreed to stay by his side. Not that she was ready to commit to that yet. He had to find more time to be alone with her so they could talk about anything and everything, the way they had the night they'd met. For now, they had a chaperone, Grandma Dotty. But he knew his grandmother well. She preferred to stay with Uncle Tim and his family when in New York. And lately, any time anyone mentioned travel, she somehow managed to glom on. It was amazing she hadn't accompanied Dad on his anniversary cruise. After Phil left, Chad, Nora, and Grandma Dotty were getting ready to head out on a walk around the neighborhood when Nora's phone pinged with a message. Her features tensed. Sorry. Change in plans. She tucked her phone in her tote and gathered her things to leave. I'll head downstairs with you and return after lunch. Is it sunny again? Grandma Dotty was in the process of tying the arms of her peach-colored track suit jacket around her waist. Her jacket dropped to the floor. Sunny? The dog? Chad frowned. What kind of dog needed such urgent attention? Her pet, Grandma Dotty corrected him, unnecessarily in his opinion. Aren't a dog and a pet the same thing? He muttered. Yes. The sitter is going to be late. Nora looked pained. I'm sorry. It's really unprofessional to leave like this. We could walk him together, Chad offered. I'd like to meet Sonny. No. No, no, no. Nora backed toward the door, features pinching. I don't want to trouble you with him. Chad shook his head. That must be one unruly dog. They rode the elevator together to the ground floor and made small talk with the doorman, who had a crush on Dotty. Nora backed toward the exit, holding up a hand as if needing to keep her distance from her clients. Why don't you guys head over toward the park? At this time of day, it won't be too crowded. It would be great if you'd stop at every statue and fountain to take 10 deep breaths. Deep breathing is great practice for meditation, which we'll be doing again later. Without waiting to see if they agreed to her recommendation, Nora headed in the opposite direction, practically at a run. Chad and Grandma Dotty watched her go. The elevator doors behind them opened. Neither one of them looked to see who'd come down. I thought I'd run into you again. Fiona joined them at the outer doors. She wore a black and white yoga outfit, and had a rolled, pink yoga mat slung over one shoulder. I'm about to attend yoga in the park. Would you like to join me? Sorry. Chad watched Nora disappear through the arch that led to 86th, we're headed out for a walk in the other direction. Yes, our direction isn't your direction. His grandmother shooed Fiona away. I'm sure you'll find your man. Maybe try hanging out at the hot dog cart near the fountain. Hungry men aren't always particular. The hot dog cart. Fiona flounced out, huffing. Chad might have felt sorry for her if he wasn't longing to be with Nora. There's really only one thing to do. Grandma Dotty nudged Chad and slid on a pair of Matrix-style dark glasses. She glanced up at him. We need to follow Nora. Stop right there. Chad grabbed onto his grandmother's arm. That seems stalker-like. Not that he didn't like the idea. In theory. Grandma Dotty stared at Chad over the rim of her sunglasses, which looked a lot like a pair he had in his watch drawer. You have a history with Nora, no? Chad didn't even consider denying it. He nodded. And you want a second chance with her, no? He nodded again. Then it's just a coincidence that I wanted to avoid the park and walk toward the river. She set off after Nora, her bright yellow sneakers setting a brisk pace. The day was already warm. It wouldn't be good for his grandmother to get overheated. You know, we don't have to follow her like this is some kind of spy mission. Nora wrote her address on her tax paperwork for Phil. And Chad had unabashedly made a mental note of it with the intention of sending her flowers. Brilliant. Dotty nudged Chad's shoulder with her palm. We'll cut Nora off at the pass. Yes. That felt less stalkerish. They walked several blocks parallel to Broadway and then cut over. Chad thought about stopping at every store they passed and buying a dog toy, except he had no idea how large Nora's dog was. Finally, they reached Nora's building. It was one of those older brownstones. And as they approached, she came down the steps with. That's not a dog. Chad's legs stopped moving and his mind leaped ahead. That's a boy. A boy with bright blue eyes and a shock of nearly black hair. Holding a small, stuffed penguin. A boy of about 3 or 4. He'd first met Nora 4 years ago. Chad's mouth went dry. There has to be some mistake. Because Nora would have told him if she'd gotten pregnant that night. Except she didn't know how to get in touch with me. The desperation in her eyes, the tears, the insistence that he forget about what happened between them, the feeling that she was hiding something from him. Despite the warm summer sun, Chad felt cold and lightheaded. It was very likely he was going to keel over, just like he had a few days ago. That's no mistake, Whiskers. That's Nora's pet, Grandma Dotty said slyly, smile growing. Otherwise known as my great-grandson Sonny. Asterisk. Nora, imagine bumping into you here. Nora startled and turned, recognizing Dottie's voice. Dotty and Chad stood a few stoops down. Dotty was grinning. Chad looked taken aback. Hey, guys. Nora went into damage control mode. This is Sunny, who isn't a dog. Woof woof, Sunny said anyway, tugging on Nora's hand as if she were a maypole, swinging his little stuffed penguin as if it was flying. Do not bring Mom into this. My roommates, and she got called into work unexpectedly. Nora finished lamely, protective instincts kicking in. I'm her emergency contact for Sunny when her sitter doesn't show because my schedule is more flexible. His regular sitter should show up after lunch. And Nora was going to make certain Nanny Marta and her mother realized this could never happen again. Dotty and Chad approached. Slowly. Nora started to sweat. I'm sorry that I lied, implied Sunny was a dog, Nora went on. I wanted to make a good impression on my first day and admitting I'm a backup babysitter didn't seem like a professional reason to leave you. Woof woof, Sunny said again, grinning from ear to ear. Water under the bridge. Dotty captured Sunny's hand, freeing him from the maypole, and gave it a friendly shake. Woof means nice to meet you, doesn't it? Sunny nodded and grinned. This is Ollie the penguin. Hi, Sunny. And Ollie. Chad lowered himself to one knee, more serious than Nora had ever seen him. I'm Chad. But you can call him Whiskers, Dotty said proudly. And you call her Grandma Dotty. Chad rolled his eyes. And then he stood, snagging Nora's gaze. Dotty wanted to see the river. And you also wanted to see where I live, Nora surmised, having not been born yesterday. She smiled a little because things could have been worse. It's okay. As long as he was okay with her fib, which he seemed to be, which seemed surreal. Maybe he is the one for me. Her stomach executed a rather messy forward roll. She'd never had a long-term anything. What do you say to lunch? Chad smiled warmly. I've been wondering how to navigate a restaurant menu for the healthiest choices. And I think there's a little cafe a few blocks over. Woof woof. Sunny tapped everyone around him with Ollie. Can we see penguins today? That's still days away, Sunny. Nora hastened to explain, there's a special event at the zoo a week from Saturday. Ah. Sunny made a face as if this was the end of the world. Then can I have donuts today? No, Nora said at the same time Dotty said, of course. Or at least lunch. Grinning, Dotty took Sunny's hand and led the way to the cafe, skipping. The sight of those two inspires me to hold on to you, as a responsible, significant other. With a determined look on his face, Chad took Nora's hand and followed Dotty and Sunny at a more leisurely pace. You aren't mad. There was something she was missing about the situation and Chad's mood, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Your pet and our curiosity. I think we should just go with the flow, don't you? Okay. But the feeling that something wasn't right persisted. Nora gave her hand a tentative tug, one without much effort in it because she liked the way his fingers curled around her hand. She dragged him to a halt. You aren't thinking Sunny is mine. Or ours. Chad stared deep into her eyes and for so long that Nora thought for sure he was going to say that was exactly what he'd been thinking. But he merely shook his head. He's your roommate's son. Yes, Nora said, relieved. I remember what you told me about your mother, Chad said quietly, continuing on the sidewalk. How you were always there to pick up the pieces when her life fell apart or she felt unsure, even when you were a little girl. He remembered. She was touched. We had that in common, didn't we? You did the same for your brothers and your dad after your mom passed away. Chad nodded. I'm still keeping them all in line and watching their backs at the same time. If only my brother Braden would grow up. He spared her a glance. He and his twin brother Zach are 27. But Zach is 2 minutes older and a good decade wiser than Braden. It was her turn to nod. I thought when Mom got married this time that it would stick. You'd think after 5 marriages that she'd know what she wanted out of life. But she left Armand this week, Anne. Armand. Nora shut her mouth. She seldom dropped clues about her family. Although she wanted to tell Chad more. She wanted to explain that Sonny was her brother. She didn't want there to be secrets between them. But secrets had kept her safe for far too long. I can be the one you turn to when things get hard. Chad looked at the pair ahead of them, Sonny and Dotty skipping. Big things. Little things. You don't have to carry every burden alone. Even Nora, with her limited experience in serious relationships, knew this was a huge deal for one person to say to another. She wanted to tell Chad who her mother was, but she just couldn't seem to make her lips move. I missed you, Chad said simply, staring down at Nora with warmth in his blue eyes, and that's something she didn't recognize. We talked about so much that I felt like I'd known you forever. There have been several times over the years when something happened, and I wanted to talk to you about it. If only he wouldn't say things like that. And if only she didn't feel the same way. Nora looked down at their joined hands. That night both did and didn't seem real, because we just happened to bump into each other. And then I ran away. It was real. The sun glinted off his hair, turning it to the blue-black of a cartoon prince, except he was real. And to prove it, the universe made sure we bumped into each other again. There are reasons, important reasons, that we should be together. His gaze was fixed forward, as if he was giving her space. It would be so easy to believe this was her fairy tale. But she'd fallen for guys before only to learn they weren't interested in her. Nora. They'd always had an agenda for wanting a relationship. Maybe he was the outlier. Maybe now was the time to tell him who her mother was. Chad. Let's leave the hard conversations for later. He lifted her hand and pressed a kiss to her fingers. And just enjoy this special time with special people. Her heart melted. It would be so easy to be swept away by this handsome man. Ahead of them, Dotty and Sonny were hopping over sidewalk cracks and laughing uproariously. Nora stared up at Chad, looking for a sign that he wasn't hers, not permanently. Why aren't you pressuring me to talk about why I left? She had to ask even if she wasn't ready to tell him. Because when you walked away today ostensibly to walk your dog, there was a void inside of me. He drew her closer, bringing their joined hands over his heart. I can wait for your answers as long as you give us a chance. Can't we just get reacquainted? If not for us, for the people we should care the most for. Again, his gaze drifted ahead. Surprisingly, I've felt a renewed sense of purpose these past few days. You and Dotty. Nora smiled, shaking her head, putting off telling him the truth for another time. Fresh air and healthy food are doing their work on you too. A few minutes later, they reached the corner and caught up to Dotty and Sonny, who sat at an outdoor table at a cafe. Sonny told me that his favorite place in the whole wide world is Disneyland. Dotty beamed at Sonny. He said his mommy has taken him there several times. That's nice, Chad said in a distant voice tinged with disappointment, as if he hadn't gone to the amusement park enough as a child or had experienced disenchantment there. Sonny loves the teacup ride. Nora touched Chad's arm consolingly, although she wondered how she could change the subject and ask Chad if he was a Carver Clowns fan. Sonny's favorite movie is The Incredibles. Do you have a favorite movie? She tried to look innocent as she faced Chad. Or a favorite movie genre? He and the boys used to love those horror movies. Dotty rolled her eyes. The clown ones, remember? Those movies have no plot. Just slash, slash, slash. Oh, that was disappointing. Nora slouched in her seat. As I recall, you dropped us at the matinee showing of Carver Clowns more than once when we were teenagers. Chad nudged Nora's shoulder with his own. She'd park and sneak in the back of the theater, pretending not to see us. But she'd scream the first time a clown would jump out of the shadows and run over to sit with us. Making fun of someone's fears isn't nice, Whiskers. Dotty harumphed. Everybody screams at those movies. My mommy screams, Sonny said unhelpfully. And then he let out a cry that was more like a yodel. We only practice screams in a park, Nora murmured, sinking further into her chair. No, Sonny. Dotty held up a finger. It's like this. The old women did a pretty good imitation of Mom's distinctive scream. Sonny giggled. That woman has no talent, but she's the campiest part of the movie franchise. Chad chuckled, unaware that he was talking about Nora's mother. She made an entire career out of screaming. What a cush job. I could have been a scream queen. Dotty grinned. Look at that, Nora. Chad leaned toward Nora conspiratorially, having missed the fact that Nora hadn't weighed in on the franchise. We have a common interest in Carver clowns. We'll have to make a date of the next release. Oh, not likely. Not likely at all. I'm on cloud 9. Dotty danced ahead of Chad on the sidewalk, dodging people trying to hurry to their destination with cell phones in their faces. I'm a great grandma. That's been on my bucket list for years. Nora told me he wasn't ours, Chad said flatly. Lunch was over. They'd said goodbye to Sonny and Nora and were headed back to Chad's apartment. Chad should have been dancing on air, too. He was the father of a clever, precocious little boy. But something was bothering him. He hadn't believed Nora when she told him Sonny wasn't hers because it felt as if she was still holding something back. But by the end of lunch, Nora had been very quiet. She'd tell him the entire story if he gave her time. If she gives me time. Of course, Sonny is ours. Just look at him. Grandma Dotty danced back to Chad's side. Sonny is a pip. We need to get him enrolled in a good private school. It'll be difficult. You should have filled out his application the day he was born. You know how competitive the top schools are in the city. Man, 2 days of healthy school and your head is clear as a bell. If only she could point out where he and Nora had gone off the rails earlier. I've spent years thinking about a great-grandchild. She poked Chad's shoulder. You need to marry Nora. Don't let her get away again. I don't want to, Grandma, but you can't rush this. Chad was looking forward to being a husband and a father. But first, he had to regain that ground he'd had with Nora in the Hamptons when it had seemed as if they could tell each other everything. Except our real names. Chad frowned. Nora was good at withholding important information. You'll need an impressive ring, his grandmother was saying. Slow down. Chad knew better than to allow Grandma Dotty the upper hand. She had a habit of being overzealous. Nora gets nervous when she's pressured. That's how I lost her the last time. Grandma Dotty huffed, pointing at herself. Do I look like I have time to dawdle? I want to dance at your wedding, not attend via framed photograph because I'm 6 feet under. A taxi sped past with a couple kissing passionately in the back seat, reminding Chad of Nora. You've changed your tune quickly. What about Cordelia? He'd almost forgotten about his grandmother's admission that she'd created an online dating profile for him. He still needed to get on her phone and delete it. Her login information was probably still in her purse. Cordelia was really your father's choice. Like I believe that. Chad held Grandma Dotty back when she would have danced into the crosswalk against the light. Several yellow cabs whizzed by. It was your father's choice. At least, in spirit. He described the ideal woman for you. I just typed it in, somewhere. Grandma Dotty jerked and stared straight ahead, guilt rolling off her in waves. Forget I said that. Nope. You owe me a confession. The traffic light changed. They surged forward with the crowd. Dottie's nose was in the air, the way it was when she thought the conversation was beneath her. Your father wanted you to marry a woman from old money. No one from the nouveau riche. None of the actors or celebrities people fawn over. That sounded like his father. Chad tried to make light of it. Funny. It sounds like Dad wants me to marry someone like you. Flatterer. The nose came down and her smile came out. They walked in silence for a bit. Chad had no idea what Dotty was thinking about. He was planning a campaign to borrow her phone and delete his dating profile while she meditated this afternoon. And then he planned to pull Nora into his lap and kiss her doubts about a relationship with him away. If she trusted the feelings they had for each other, she'd tell him the truth about Sonny. It must have been hard for Nora to be a single parent all this time, Grandma Dotty mused. Agreed. She's done a good job. Sonny was a clever boy, like Chad had been, but more importantly, he seemed to have a kind heart like his mother Nora. You'll need to move, of course, Grandma Dotty said. Your apartment has no outdoor space. Are you forgetting about my building's courtyard? He scoffed. Plenty of kids were raised without a backyard in this city, including me. That's what parks are for. She waved away his argument. And you'll need to find a way to integrate Nora into the business. It was smart of you to hire her as a consultant. But how do you see that playing out? Will she stop by the office with healthy meal options? Lead people in stair-climbing snacks or mid-afternoon meditation? She can't be there all the time. And where does that leave Sonny? Was that why she'd gone quiet? Was she wondering how he'd react to all her parenting decisions? Can we cab it back? Grandma Dotty stared up at a street sign. They were still several long blocks from his apartment. It's hot and I'm ready for my afternoon meditation session. Nora will be proud of me if I meditate on my own. Sure. Chad flagged down a yellow cab, but his brain was still spinning. Nora hadn't apologized for keeping Sonny a secret from him. Not that they'd had a lot of time to talk privately during lunch. But it worried him. Given the opportunity, he hoped they'd get everything ironed out, filling in all the gaps and coming to the joint conclusion that marriage was on the horizon. Like Kitty's upcoming nuptials, theirs wouldn't be a traditional courtship that pleased everyone. But they'd be happy with their little, pre-made family unit. However, to get there, Chad needed quality time alone with Nora. Maybe it's time you went back to your own place with Uncle Tim. Kitty's father. What? And compromise my mental strength program. Not to mention visits with my great-grandchild. Not a chance. She poked Chad's chest with her finger as a cab pulled over. I'm staying. I paid for this week, remember? How could I forget? His cell phone rang as they were getting in the taxi. It was his father. He didn't bother asking how Chad was doing but got right to the point. We've made port in London and continue on to France in the morning. Give me the worst of it. Everything's under control. But try as he might, Chad couldn't convince his father of that. Maybe because he couldn't convince himself. Chapter 10. What did you bring us today? Dotty looked Nora up and down, and then glanced out into the hall, looking this way and that. You know, if there's a possibility Sonny's babysitter will bail, you should bring him here. I'm good with children. Nora suspected that was because Dotty was in touch with her inner child. That's sweet, but all is well on the babysitting front. She carried her groceries and tote inside Chad's apartment. It was Friday. They'd fallen into something of a rhythm, but today was the last day she was working with Chad and Dotty at his apartment. Beginning Monday, she'd be starting a health program at the corporate offices of Summer Diamonds. How are you feeling? Sharper. More energetic. All of the above. Dotty danced past Nora to her usual bar stool. Her track suit this morning was fuchsia, so bright it was almost neon like her bright yellow sneakers. Nora's mother had promised to call Armand this morning. Dotty and Chad had graciously overlooked her absences due to her pet. There was work on the horizon and love in the gritty city air. Chad's confident voice drifted from his office. Nora couldn't make out the words, but her spirits lifted from knowing that her special someone was near. They may have only started down this road to a relationship, but every day Nora's heart felt safer in Chad's hands. He was interested in her because she was Nora, not because she was his health coach or because she was the daughter of Hildy Flowers. I'm going to tell him about Mom today. I'm full of sunshine because of you, Nora. Dotty fairly sparkled, living proof that a significant diet change along with exercise could do wonders for a person. Who knew sunshine came from healthy, bland food? Not to mention meeting a pip of a little boy. Sonny. Nora laughed. Did you have too much coffee this morning? You have enough grandkids of your own to keep you on your toes. You don't need Sonny. Babies and toddlers bring the fountain of youth, my dear. Dotty put her elbows on the counter and rested her chin on her hands. Seriously, I want to arrange a play date. Nora laughed off her request as Chad joined her in the kitchen. He looked entirely too serious for so early in the morning. What's with that face? Bad day at the office already? Everything is under control as far as the clowns are concerned. He pressed a light kiss to her forehead. Clowns? The reference sent a jolt of apprehension to Nora's toes, but she stood her ground. Chad smoothed her hair over her shoulder. Our new website was hacked last week and filled with links to clown videos, including a clip from the Carver Clowns movies. I clicked on that, Dotty said, poo-pooing Chad when he tried to chastise her for clicking on things she'd known had been hacked. That's one of my favorite scenes. It shows that Monica March can survive anything, including no boundaries in her personal life. You're confusing the role with the actress. Chad chuckled. Monica March is a character played by the Flowers woman. The Screamer. My mother. Nora held her breath. I suppose my thoughts are jumbled, but that's because she's blurred the line. Dotty features clouded with confusion. Hildy Flowers is the kind of a woman your father feared one of you boys would fall for, parlaying her 10 minutes of fame and her cycle of romances into a career in the public eye. Didn't you just say you admired her? Nora murmured. She may agree with Dotty's opinion of her mother, but it was still her mother they were talking about. A part of me admires her, Dotty allowed, gaze turning more lucid. I suppose anyway. That was meager consolation. Dad shouldn't worry. I'd steer clear of a woman like that and make sure my brothers do, too. Chad refilled his coffee mug. Who needs someone in their lives who values fame over integrity and privacy? She'd probably sell her firstborn for a little buzz. Their remarks undercut Nora's intention to admit she was related to Hildy Flowers. Can we not talk about actresses in horror films? Or horror films? Or my mother? How's your workday going, Chad? Chad looked at her oddly over the rim of his coffee cup. We're still waiting to be reimbursed for a diamond shipment that was hijacked. And without that resolved, I don't feel comfortable buying those pynite gems from Eric. Playing it safe never got anyone anywhere. You should buy the gems. Dotty drummed her fingers on the black marble, staring at Nora. Do you think I could take an afternoon snack with Sonny at the park? I make a mean sand castle. Sorry, but no. Nora said as kindly as she could. There was tension in the air that Nora couldn't put her finger on. Was it because she'd asked them to stop talking about her mother? Or because of Chad's business concerns? She focused on Chad. Is your father conservative in business? Chad nodded. That was it then. Relieved, Nora took his hand. If it were your company, would you be as conservative? He frowned, still managing to look handsome. Probably not. Forget your father and buy the gems. Even though her words were directed to her grandson, Dotty stared at Nora as she said it, still drumming her fingers as if pondering something of immediate importance. Have dinner with me tonight, Chad said to Nora, bluntly changing the topic of conversation. Oh, I can't tonight. I made other plans. Her mother had suggested they have a family dinner. Her treat. Nora expected good news about Armand. We can always do lunch, Dotty interjected as if she was part of their dating dynamic. That would be nice. Chad stared at Nora politely, carefully, not fondly as he had the past few days. You can bring Sunny along again. He watched her as closely as he had the first day she'd entered his apartment. As if she were a puzzle he was trying to figure out. Chad spent most of the day giving Nora a chance to tell him he was a father. But Nora acted as if he'd never seen the evidence. He didn't want to miss out on any more of his son's life than he already had. But he didn't want to lose Nora either. She didn't protest his tender kisses at snack time. And he didn't make a big deal of her soft touches and warm glances. If he hadn't known about Sunny, that would have been progress he'd revel in. But I'm a father. And that made him impatient. Him, the one born with more patience than he'd thought he'd ever need. But he'd also been born with a profound need to live up to his responsibilities. How could he begin to carry out those duties if Nora didn't announce to the world that he was Sunny's father? The tension put him on edge. Later that afternoon when Grandma Dotty had fallen asleep during Nora's guided meditation, Chad couldn't take it anymore. Nora, he whispered, getting out of his living room chair, and gesturing her to rise from her lotus position on the floor and follow him. He took her into his office, closed the door and held out his arms. She smiled, coming to him without hesitation, kissing him without uncertainty. It was Chad who was uncertain, Chad who was hesitating and in limbo. He ended the kiss and cradled Nora's face in his hands. She was beautiful and caring, intelligent with a soft sense of humor. She was everything he wanted, and he was incredibly glad he'd found her again. He would have been completely happy if not for her reluctance to admit he was Sunny's father. You know you can tell me anything, Nora. Yes. She stared up at him as if there were no secrets between them. And yet, she didn't say anything more. You know I'm a good listener, he prompted, clinging to what little patience he had left. Dottie's going to be meditating for another hour. They had plenty of time to talk. Yes. She rose to her toes and kissed him again. And it was fabulous. Holding her. Kissing her. Standing on the threshold of a future with her. Just as soon as she filled in this one important gap. Come to dinner with me, Nora. He didn't care that she'd made plans. Couldn't she see that they had crucial things to discuss? We'll find a restaurant with an intimate, dark corner and we'll talk until the place shuts down. He'd had his brother Zach bring by a collection of engagement rings during his lunch break today. Chad had chosen a platinum ring with a round cut, 2-carat diamond ringed by pink tourmaline stones. They'd have wine and candlelight. She'd tell him all about Sunny and he'd profess his love and support to them both. I can't, Chad. Not tonight. Nora slipped free of his embrace and went to stand in front of the picture she'd taken of him at the Hamptons. She ran her fingers slowly down the side of the frame, as if she cherished that night as much as he did. I promised my mother I'd go to dinner with her. Her mother. He couldn't argue with that. Tomorrow then. She nodded, returning to his arms. I'd like that. Dinner is going to be marvelous, Mom told Nora that night as they climbed the busy subway exit steps near Times Square. Who doesn't like a free meal at a 5-star restaurant? Nora just hoped Sunny liked it, too. It was a fancy noodle place, newly reopened and somewhat trendy. She'd changed into a fancy pink cocktail dress for the occasion. Although if my business keeps on like this, I'll be able to afford to take you. You look happy, Nora. Mom rubbed Nora's shoulder. She wore a little black dress and killer high heels that were impractical for traversing the city. I am happy. And Nora felt more secure with Chad every day. She'd almost told him in the office that afternoon who her mother was. Almost. Old habits and long-guarded secrets were hard to break, especially when he and Dotty had revealed their poor opinion of her mother. "You should take more risks in life," Mom was saying. "Put yourself out there and see what you get back." Nora leaned against the handrail to allow a man running down the stairs clearance to catch his train. "You're awfully chipper, Mom. Did you call Armand?" "Even better," Mom gushed, fluttering her false lashes. "He called me. I miss Daddy," Sonny said solemnly, looking at Nora over their mother's shoulder. "He misses us." "I bet he does," Nora told him. She caught her mother's eye. "Does this mean you and Armand are patching things up?" They emerged onto the sidewalk and got their bearings, a temporary island in the tide of commuters coming into and out of the subway station. "Here. Hold Sonny." Mom handed him to Nora and then fluffed her blonde hair. "My public awaits." "Nobody says that anymore," Nora mumbled, before realizing her mother was right. There was a small crowd outside the fancy noodle restaurant and some of them were holding signs that indicated they were fans. "Hildy Flowers. Best scream queen ever. Hildy, drop dead gorgeous. I heart Hildy." Given the bustling press of bodies around them, Hildy's fans hadn't caught sight of them yet. Nora grabbed hold of her mother's arm, half swinging Sonny behind her in case they were spotted. "Did you plan this? You know I don't like to be part of your public entourage and it's not appropriate to use Sonny that way, either. My agent may have had a little to do with it. You know, it pays to stay relevant with the public." Without giving Nora time to protest, Mom smoothed her skirt and then strutted forward on the heels Nora had labeled as impractical just 30 minutes earlier. "This is so like Mom," Nora told Sonny. "She never bothers asking us what we want." "I want donuts," Sonny said earnestly. "And I want a normal life, but we're both striking out, dude." Nora took a circuitous route toward the restaurant, holding Sonny as tightly as she held on to her disappointment. She didn't want to be recognized as a famous scream queen's daughter. And she was going to do her best to protect Sonny's privacy, too. Their mother was spotted. Hildy's fans began to shout greetings. A few replicated her signature scream. Over and over. "No, no, no, no." Sonny scowled, covering his little ears. "The cops will come." "It's okay. Mom's okay. We're just going in the restaurant while they practice their screams." Anxiety rising, Nora circled behind the crowd and slipped inside, using a large plant as a shield as she told the hostess they had a reservation. "See? Problem solved, Sonny." She peeked between the fronds, remembering a time when she'd been a teenager hiding behind the hostess station while her mother greeted her fans. "Mom's okay. She looks happy." Their mother fairly glowed as she signed cell phone covers, t-shirts, and movie posters. It was hard to resent Mom when she looked so happy. Mom glanced up and waved their way. But it wasn't just a wave, it was a call out. Several people turned their cell phones in Nora and Sonny's direction. A few professional cameras targeted them as well. "Mother." Nora's annoyance returned. It was one thing to manage one's own career and another to milk family members for exposure. She tried her best to keep her little brother mostly hidden behind the plant. "I've got a booth in the back open," the hostess told them. "Do you want it?" "Yes, please." Nora darted after the hostess, vowing to give her a big tip and her mother a big piece of her mind. Several minutes later, their mother joined them. "It's always nice to see my fans." Sonny was scribbling with black crayon, trying his best to cover every inch of the child's menu. Thank heavens, the noodle restaurant wasn't that high-end. And thank heavens, he was occupied in his task, although Nora wished she had a pair of noise-canceling headphones to cover his ears so he wouldn't hear the blistering conversation she was about to have with their mother. "Lines need to be drawn, Mother. And I'm not talking about crayon." Nora pushed all her frustrated feelings into a hard stare. "Mother." Mom rested her elbows on the table and clasped her hands. I sense a lecture coming. One which you very much deserve. Nora tried very hard to keep her voice down. You should have told me this was a promotional opportunity. Darling, if I did, you'd have stayed home. There was no remorse in her mom's eyes, just a sense that this conversation was a dead end. And normally, Nora would have honored such boundaries. She would have shut up and changed the subject. But it was no longer just Mom and Nora. There was Sonny to consider. And admittedly, though to a lesser extent, Chad and his family's opinion. Nora leaned forward. Forget for a moment that every time you do this to me you push me away. Mom's eyes widened. Sonny was frightened when the crowd began screaming, Nora continued. He thought the police were going to come. And take you to jail, Sonny interjected, turning his paper menu a different direction before bending over it again to scribble. Their mother was speechless. See what I mean? Nora lowered her voice even further. If you insist on using us like this, you risk losing both of us. Losing both of you, Mom sat back, slack-jawed, almost looking like she'd finally seen the consequences of her actions. A fan appeared at her elbow, asking for a photo. In a blink of those false eyelashes, Hildy Flowers reappeared, smiling as if she hadn't a care. Putting her children last once more. Chapter 11. Chad's cell phone rang on the nightstand, shattering a pleasant dream of he and Nora living in the Hamptons and raising Sonny in a yard with a picket fence and a flop-eared dog. Chad answered without registering who was calling. It had to be his father. No one else he knew was awake in the darkness before dawn on a Saturday morning. Dad, what do you want? Did you log into social media today? It wasn't his father. It was his cousin Kitty. Today? Is the sun up yet? Chad rolled over in bed, keeping his eyes closed. Not only do I not get on social media for anything other than business, but I don't get on it before I've had several cups of coffee. Why are you calling me? Do you want to take Grandma Dotty to lunch again? No. I just delivered a baby, Kitty said impatiently, as if Chad should understand why she'd called. The parents said they'd tagged me on social media. So, I was a good doctor and went online to congratulate them. Are these people your father would care about? Still half asleep, Chad could find no other reason for his cousin to disturb him. Country club friends or fellow board members? You're missing the point. There was no mistaking the urgency and annoyance in her voice now. Hildy Flowers is in town. I'm still confused, Chad grumped. Did the actress have a baby? I'm hanging up on you now because he glanced at the time. 3:45. Don't hang up, Whiskers. Kitty pressed quickly on. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what time it was. I haven't been near a window in hours. But I saw Hildy Flowers on social media and your health coach was with her. Nora. Chad sat up and turned on the light. Yes, they were at a restaurant together, I think. Kitty sighed. I'm not being clear. Sorry. I've been up all night. Did I mention that? But that makes no sense. Nora had said she was going to dinner with her mother. It was Hildy Flowers and Nora, who was holding a little boy. I'm assuming that's the boy Grandma Dotty keeps going on about. Sonny. My Sonny. On social media. A sharp, jagged emotion awakened within Chad and gave a primitive snarl. I've never seen him, so I can't say. Kitty's tone took on a note of excitement. And get this. Nora is Hildy's daughter. It says so right on the post. Isn't that cool? No, because Hildy Flowers would exploit anyone to keep herself in the limelight. And Chad didn't want her exploiting his son. No. Are you cranky because I woke you up? No, Chad opened a social media app and searched for Hildy Flowers. There were multiple posts with pictures of Hildy and Nora from last night, although Nora had her head down and was carrying Sunny as if she didn't want either of them to be photographed. "Thank you for that, honey." He remembered the things Nora had said that night 4 years ago about her mother craving the spotlight and how hard that made it for her growing up. He'd assumed her mother was just another socialite, not a B-list celebrity. Things clicked into place. Now I know why Nora didn't tell me who her mother was. Are you looking at the posts? I am. Anne. Nora and Hildy look so much alike. I don't know why I didn't see the resemblance before. He'd been too busy seeing Nora. She never wanted to be defined as Hildy Flower's daughter. And she wouldn't have wanted to tell him after the derogatory comments he'd made about her. But that didn't excuse her putting Chad's son on display. That continued to bother him. Kitty yawned. Okay, the adrenaline rush from delivering a baby and realizing I'm 2 degrees removed from a celebrity is now fading. I'll call you later this weekend after I've caught up on sleep. Take care getting home. Chad hung up. But he knew that sleep would elude him. The time for being patient had officially ended. It was time for Chad to take on the responsibility of fatherhood and make sure Sunny wasn't exploited ever again. We created great buzz last night. Nora's mother had been glued to her cell phone all day, answering social media commentary. Please don't be happy about it. Nora stirred her cookie dough. It had been that kind of day when only true comfort food would do. Sunny stayed out too late, got up too early, and now he's napping again. Mid-morning, which wasn't like him. He's not worn out because of my adoring fans. Mom rolled her eyes. He's tired because he had a late family dinner, like a lot of kids do in New York City. I resent that tone of yours. My fame paid for your education, you know. The least you can do is play along. The least you can do is acknowledge my feelings. Nora added chocolate chips to her cookie dough. Oh, I acknowledge your feelings. And I have some of my own. I didn't want my image plastered over t-shirts, but the income they generated selling at Comic-Con paid for a spa day to assuage my pride. Why does it always come back to money? Because money is tied to independence. As a business owner, you can see that, can't you? Mom scoffed, setting down her phone on the coffee table. We need to talk about your future, darling. This health coaching thing is a good side hustle, but it's not anything you should rely on to pay the bills. There's a casting call to play one of Monica March's daughters in my Carver Clowns film. You could do it. Take off my top and scream for the camera. No, thank you. Nora added extra chocolate chips. Don't you follow my work? Mom shook her head in apparent disbelief, golden tresses cascading artfully over her shoulders. They haven't done topless since my first film. It's cleavage only. My point is that you can make more in a few days of filming than you could giving people health advice and containers of healthy snacks. Geez, oh Pete. Is that why you planned our family dinner? To up my media exposure? A burst of frustration shot through Nora. She stuck her wooden spoon in the cookie dough. Don't drag me into this life. I don't want to end up like you, falling into bed with men you just met and needing praise from others to define your self-worth. Like me? Mom got to her feet. You say that as if I've screwed up my life. Haven't you? The lid was off, and Nora's temper was boiling over. Teenage pregnancy. A reputation as an actress willing to bear all. 5 marriages. Nearly 5 divorces. You have no inner strength. No courage to stand on your own without Nana and now without me. You don't even have your own bed to sleep on. Her mother stiffened. Is that what you think of me? That I'm some flighty, weak woman who chased fame as a way of being loved? Yes. Nora hated to say it. But how could she not? Why would I want to be like you? You don't. I can't. Mom grabbed her phone and bolted for the door. Nora stood in the kitchen, staring at the space in the living room where her mother had been sitting. Mom deserved to hear the truth. But anger was fermenting in her veins, souring into regret. It wasn't Nora's way to lash out. And she hadn't wanted to hurt her mother's feelings. But she never listens. And today, it finally seemed that she had. Nora returned to the mindless task of making cookies. The first of the cookies were out of the oven when someone knocked. "Did you forget your key?" Nora opened the door, expecting her mother. Dotty bustled in with a shopping bag filled with toys. "We've come to negotiate a treaty." "What?" Nora glanced from Dotty to Chad. "What are you doing here?" "What my grandmother meant to say is that we know the truth about you and Sonny." Chad handed Nora a bouquet of purple daisies. "And we feel the need to clear the air." "The truth?" Nora shut the door behind Chad, leaned her back against it and concentrated on breathing. "You mean that Hildy Flowers?" "Yes," Chad said impatiently. Impatience was very unlike Chad. Nora carried the daisies to the kitchen. "This is a small apartment." Dotty set the bag of toys on the coffee table. She picked up Sonny's stuffed penguin. "Where is Sonny?" "Sonny is napping in the bedroom." Nora hoped he'd remain so and that her mother would stay out for a long walk until Chad and Dotty left. "What are you guys doing here?" "We want to make our feelings clear." Chad's gaze roamed around her small space. Was that judgment in his eyes? Feelings? Nora drew another deep, fortifying breath. If he'd come to tell her he loved her, why was Chad radiating irritation? "This is a really small apartment," Dotty repeated, seemingly unable to get over that fact. Chad plucked a framed picture from her wall, staring at it for what felt like a long time. Nora knew that photo well. It was the one he'd taken of her with her phone the night they met. He sighed, glancing up until their eyes met. His gaze was filled with regret and love. He didn't look away, only smiled slightly. Nora breathed in again. Something outside of her apartment must have influenced his mood before his arrival. Chad loved her. It was all there in his expression. The argument with her mother, the tension when he and Dotty had arrived, all her cares slipped away. Because Chad loved her and she loved him, too. Chad was everything Nora wanted. He was kind, patient, capable and caring, nice to small boys and unconventional grandparents. She could trust him with her heart because he'd fallen in love with her, not Hildy's daughter. And once he got to know her mother, he'd realize there were things to love about her, too, despite her ambition and missteps. "I couldn't stop Dotty from buying Sonny toys." Chad moved closer to Nora. "I hope you don't mind that she wants to spoil him. It's good for kids to feel special." Nora couldn't see how Dotty's generosity might hurt unless the toys weren't age-appropriate. The front door opened. The moment Nora had been dreading arrived. Hildy Flowers stared at the Summers and said in a cool voice, "I didn't know Nora was expecting company." Nora introduced the Summers as her clients and her mother as Hildy Flowers. She was surprised that Dotty and Chad didn't bat an eye in surprise. But then again, they'd said they knew about Hildy when they'd come in. I hope they didn't find out from social media. But where else could they have? "We just stopped by to lay our cards on the table." Dotty spread her arms and practically tackled Mom in a hug. "I feel like I know you, Monica. And now, we're grandmothers together." "What?" Nora's lungs emptied of air. "We're grandmothers." Mom inched out of Dotty's arms and stared at Nora's belly. "I guess Chad is more than a client. Is that why you've been moody the past 24 hours, Nora?" I'm not pregnant." Nora held onto the back of a kitchen chair so that she wouldn't slide down to the floor in a shocked heap. "Nora's not pregnant now," Chad said in that confident, all-powerful voice of his, the one Nora imagined his father had coached him into developing. "But we have a child together, one I'd prefer to keep out of the public eye." "We're talking about Sonny," Dotty said to Mom. Our grandchild. No, oh, no. This was worse than Nora had ever imagined. She turned pleading eyes to Chad. I told you he wasn't ours. But you haven't been telling me a lot of things, Chad said gently. Grandchild? You think Sonny is Nora's? Mom's laughter was brittle, and her expression hardened. Sonny is mine. I gave birth to him. Dottie's mouth dropped open. Chad's forehead wrinkled in apparent confusion. I told you, Nora said numbly. But, Dottie recovered first. She glanced at Hildy, Nora, and then Chad. Whiskers and Nora did the midnight rumba a few years ago. And Sonny looks exactly like him. Nora's mother crossed her arms over her chest and laughed once more. My husband would argue that point since everyone agrees Sonny is the spitting image of him. I can show you his birth certificate if you like. Dottie looked Hildy up and down in disbelief. But you're so. If the word you were looking for is old, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Mom wasn't wearing high fashion. She didn't have in her hair extensions or her false eyelashes. But she was a commanding presence, nonetheless. In spite of the misunderstanding, Nora was proud of her. The misunderstanding. Hang on. Nora caught Chad's eye. How long have you been thinking Sonny was our child? I knew the moment I saw him in the park, Dottie said proudly. Nora's mother made a sound in her throat much like the rumbling growl of a lioness about to defend her young. But, that was Monday. Nora felt a chill. But well, Chad faltered, a furrow in his brow. I knew when we had lunch together. With Sonny. I told you he wasn't ours, Nora said in an oddly disconnected voice, because her mind was spinning, racing through the things Chad had said, the ways he'd acted, moments he'd paused as if waiting for her to say something. Everything piled up, block by block, until Nora concluded what she'd feared all along. These past few days have had nothing to do with the two of us and everything to do with you thinking you were a father. A wave of disappointment washed over Nora, leaving her cold and shaking. Responsibility is a top priority for you, Chad. As is control. You came in here today wanting to establish your authority over me and your presumed son. You came here despite what I told you, Anne. I thought that she was different than her mother. That a night of passion wouldn't lead to a flimsy connection that would end up breaking her heart. Nora, I knew there were things you weren't telling me. Chad made a weak gesture toward her mother. I didn't want to pressure you for the truth. I wanted to take things slow. I wanted you to trust me enough to tell me the truth. The cookies were burning in the oven. Nora didn't care. I told you the truth about Sonny. You need to leave. Her voice rose. Take your toys. Take your flowers. And when you get home, take that contract I signed for Summer Diamonds, Chad, and rip it up. I can't believe this is happening. What a fool she'd been to trust his actions toward her were based on feelings for her and her alone. I thought, she swallowed thickly. I thought, you loved me for me. I thought, I loved you. Mom did a double take. And then she glowered at Chad. Nora, wait. Chad tried to come forward but ran into her mother, who was acting like a human blockade. Let me explain. I've loved you since. No, Nora cut him off. He couldn't have fallen in love with her after one night, nor she with him. You don't understand how upsetting this is to me. I had a one-night stand, just like my mother. And look what happened. Love? Don't kid yourself. You're only interested in me because you always live up to your responsibilities and you think our one-night stand resulted in a child. She gripped the kitchen counter. The oven was smoking now, but so was she, letting love burn into ash. I was right to run away from you the first time. Relationships that start in the bedroom can't survive long-term. Just look at my mother's track record. 5 marriages. 5 failures. Love needs to start slowly, from sprout to seedling, before anything can bloom with lasting feeling. Mom glanced over her shoulder at Nora, tears in her eyes. But she stood her ground between her child and the man who'd broken her heart. Nora, don't do this, Chad pleaded softly. I know I made a mistake, but don't run away from us again. Run away. This is my apartment. Nora thrusted him the bouquet of dripping flowers past her mother's arm. We came here today to ask you to marry us, Dotty said thickly. Marry Chad, I mean. Chad nodded, a hurt expression on his face. The answer would have been no. Nora struggled to hold back the tears but was unsuccessful. They tracked down her face. Even if Sonny had been ours, did you think I wouldn't see what's happening? That I wouldn't come to my senses and realize you wanted to marry me because we had a child rather than because you love me? I do love you. Not now, Romeo, Mom said, pointing toward the door. It was hard to see anything clearly with the smoke that was billowing from the oven and the tears that were streaming through Nora's eyes. Leave. Mom hustled Dotty and Chad out the door just as the smoke alarm began to shriek. Just as Nora's heart began to break. She sank down to the floor while Mom took the cookies out of the oven, opened a window, and fanned the smoke alarm with a kitchen towel. It's all ruined, Nora said in a trembling voice. Everything. Her life. Her business. Her heart. Chapter 12. I can't believe you got everything so wrong, Grandma Dotty told Chad as they headed back to his apartment. Me? Chad couldn't even muster the energy to argue as vehemently as he should. You planted the suggestion that Sonny was mine. You should have told me that lots of little boys have bright blue eyes and dark hair. Grandma Dotty's steps slowed. We both wanted it to be true. You because you loved her and me because great-grandchildren are on my bucket list. And now, I've lost Nora. The hollowness in Chad's chest made his shoulders sag. He carried the toy bag and the flowers like they were 4 times as heavy a load. I wish I'd never seen those social media pictures. And been determined to protect the privacy of a boy who wasn't his. Nora and I had a date tonight. We were going to talk. Things might have turned out differently. Fat chance, Grandma Dotty quipped, coming to a stop on the sidewalk. You really were more romantic toward her once we thought Sonny was ours. Was it true? Did it matter? It felt like he'd lost Nora for good. Whiskers, this is a big knot of yarn, his grandmother said in that faraway voice of hers. A mess, to be sure. But the truth is out. And even a big knot of yarn can be unraveled with patience and understanding. Chad drew a deep breath, nodding. I'm patient, Anne. We'll hope she's understanding, Grandma Dotty finished for him. Nora being Nora, I'm sure she'll forgive you with time. A man carrying a soccer ball and holding the hand of a young boy passed by. The boy was chattering about a goal he'd made. The man was beaming. Chad couldn't help being a little envious. Behind the father and son, a woman pushed a double stroller. Chad handed her the flowers and bag of toys. Christmas has come early, he told her before taking his grandmother by the arm and jaywalking across the street. Nora loves you, Whiskers. She'll come around. Grandma Dotty stepped carefully on the opposite curb. And you know where she'll be next weekend? I do. For the life of him, Chad couldn't remember. She promised to take Sonny to the penguin event at the zoo. His grandmother sked, giving him a little shove. And they say I have a memory problem. The penguin exhibit. That's right. There was opportunity. Chad's spirits lifted. He'd need a strategy to win her back and time to implement it. Now, don't take this wrong, Grandma Dotty, but I think it's time you went back to Uncle Tim's. You can take your share of Nora's healthy food we haven't eaten and my thanks. I really think you should stay away from greasy food. You do seem more clear-headed. He hugged her, holding on tight, because he did love her even if she left a wake of chaos in her wake. Thank you for this week. You always were the best nursemaid when I was sick. Flatterer. Grandma Dotty stepped out of his embrace, tapping her temple. I get what's going on, Whiskers. You just want me out of the way in case Nora has a sudden change of heart. That, too. Chad grinned, taking her arm as they headed home once more. Hours later, after Chad had taken his grandmother home, his father called. Son, the scuttlebutt with my diamond-dealing buddies here in France is that we've been taken for several $100,000 by a Russian. You don't think I deserve a call when we've been robbed? I'm handling it. His father talked over Chad. I don't know why I ever thought I could take 2 weeks off. My business is ruined. Our business, Chad said ruefully and without much fire. Yes, Petrov tried to scam us, but he's confessed. Thankfully, the Russian broker was a stupid thief and Interpol wasn't an agency that hesitated. We received legitimate merchandise this morning. Enjoy your vacation, Dad. Enjoy my vacation. Dad was beside himself. How can I enjoy my vacation when every time I turn around there's an emergency? And it's not like any of you remember that I'm the company founder and guiding light. I learned about this over lunch with a friend of mine. I'm sorry we didn't tell you. I made the decision to keep our silence. Chad didn't want anyone else to be blamed. Poor decisions like that are why I can't retire. Summer Diamonds would sink like a paper boat on the lake in Central Park without me. And if that wasn't a statement about the state of Chad's career, he didn't know what was. But still, he didn't quit. It was a family business and Chad knew his place. If only his father was finished with his tirade. And now my mother tells me you've fallen for the daughter of some media-hungry actress. Chad, the time for sowing wild oats and making mistakes is over. What do I need to do? Find an appropriate wife for you, too? But that was the last straw. Stop right there, Chad said in a steely voice. Who I love is none of your business. I wouldn't have presumed to weigh in on your relationship with Evelyn and I expect the same amount of respect in return. Stay out of my love life. As usual, his father didn't hear everything Chad was saying. Are you saying I shouldn't have married Evelyn? No, Dad. Listen to me, please. Chad waited for the huffing on the other end of the line to decrease. I love Evelyn. She's far too good for you. What I'm saying is that you and I need some boundaries in our work and personal lives. I'm tired of working long hours and being treated as if nothing I do will ever live up to your standards. And I'm sure you're tired of me giving you suggestions on how to run the business. What are you saying? Chad pressed on, trying not to think of where this conversation was going but knowing where it had to end. I've been doing my best since Mom died and all you see when you look at me is a glass half empty. I'll never be good enough for you, Dad, but I've finally realized that your opinion doesn't matter. It's my opinion of myself that's important. Chad drew a deep breath because this was a big decision and he'd only just realized what he had to do. I'm quitting Summer Diamonds. What? I'm leaving the company as of today. The words felt right. The time felt right. If Chad wanted to win Nora back, he had to start being the person she deserved. You can't leave. Dad shouted into the phone. We all rely on you. I rely on you. That was nice to hear but too little and too late. I'm sorry, Dad. Enjoy your cruise. Tell Evelyn I say hello. But, what will you do? Find a job where I'm appreciated and then take care of myself for once. Put himself and his heart first, the way Nora had been encouraging him to do. Asterisk. Can we talk? Mom asked after Sonny had been put to bed Saturday night. No, Nora retreated to the yoga room with a small container of pecan praline ice cream and a large spoon. I'm going to meditate. And continue her sugar binge. Nora sat cross-legged on the floor, taking deep breaths, and trying to focus on the image of a gentle, flowing river. But memories of Chad intruded instead. Chad entering the cabana, the hurt on his face replaced by surprise at the sight of her. Chad listening to her frustrations and sharing his. Chad negotiating with Eric and gently teasing his brother Braden. Chad holding her in his arms and kissing her senseless. Chad staring at the picture on her wall, then at her, and Nora realizing she loved him. Something bumped against the yoga room door. Her mother, presumably, since she didn't have a pet. "We need to talk, Nora. And if we must talk through this door, then so be it." Nora snatched up the ice cream container and squeezed it in both hands, trying to soften it up enough to eat because she imagined this conversation wasn't going to be pleasant and she needed something pleasant after the events of the week. The truth needs to be said. There are things about our little family that I've never told you, darling. Mom sounded hesitant and unsure, unlike Hildy Flowers. There's no way to say this delicately. Nana and I lied to you. I mean, not just you, but to everyone. About what? Am I adopted? That would explain so much. Except why they looked like each other. No, Nora heard the scowl in her mother's voice. The lie was that Nana wasn't widowed at a young age. My father was a merchant marine. He married Nana because they got pregnant with me. But he didn't die. He fell in love with a woman in South Africa and divorced us. Like permanent divorce, drop from our lives as if we never existed kind of divorce. My father wanted no ties to America, not even to me. I was 7 and, Mom's voice wavered. I was crushed. I clung to my mother. I don't know how she handled her heartbreak and my clinginess. I guess it doesn't take a therapist to link that to my need for attention and reassurance of affection, however shallow a relationship might be. This was huge. The kind of honesty and conversation Nora had always longed for. She set the ice cream carton on the floor. On the other side of the door, her mother sighed. After the divorce, a talent agent saw us at a diner and gave Nana a business card. She said I had a look they wanted. And then almost overnight, Nana began taking me to auditions. She pushed me all the time: stop crying, fix your hair, smile for the nice man, laugh when they tell you to. She was so happy when I got callbacks, so devastated when I didn't land leading roles. And I didn't land hardly any roles, but we were a team. That sounds nice. Despite holding a different philosophy about her mother's career than her mother, Nora did sometimes look back on those early years making the casting rounds with her. It was nice, but, Mom released another heavy sigh. The roles I was landing weren't anything special. I was the extra sitting at a school desk behind the girl who had lines. I was the extra cheering on the lead teens as they danced in the spotlight. I was the extra screaming as an alien landed in the schoolyard. I hated being passed over, but the fact that I was part of the TV and film world seemed to make me less clingy and Nana happy. Instead of being the woman cut off from her husband, she was on a first-name basis with casting agents and small-time producers. And yet, you were eventually discovered, Nora pointed out. Yes, but you've heard me admit that I toiled in obscurity for a decade. Something thumped against the door. Nora imagined it was her mother's head. And then I met your father. I was 17 and wanting to be noticed. And he noticed me. It was hot and brief. And then he was gone, and I was pregnant. And instead of seeing it as the end of the world, I was happy, Nora. I was happy because you would love me no matter what, unlike the casting directors and producers I saw so often. You'd love me because I was going to take care of you always. I wasn't going to bail like my father or your father. And I wasn't going to have my happiness hinge on whatever you decided to become in life. And if that wasn't a statement about her mother's relationship with Nana, Nora didn't know what was. What was left of Nora's heart went out to Mom. Nora opened the door and handed her mother the ice cream. Mom scooted over to the door jamb, accepted the ice cream, and paused in her story to take a bite. This is where I apologize for trying to push you into something you don't love. Nora blinked back tears, nodding her forgiveness. Anyway, Mom took another spoonful of ice cream before handing the carton back to Nora. Fast forward 14 years. I was eking out an existence waitressing and being a background extra, and we were living in this apartment with Nana. We never had much. And I wanted you to have the world. I was thinking about giving up on the dream. Her mother's voice was low and thick with emotion. She paused, clearing her throat, giving Nora time to weigh in. I remember one of those conversations over dinner with Nana. She wanted you to stick with it. And you asked if we'd get a larger apartment if I quit to work a real job. Mom reached out and gently tugged the ends of Nora's hair. Out of the blue, one of those casting directors we'd been so friendly with remembered my teenage ability to scream in a unique manner. And the rest is history. Nora dug into the ice cream, feeling better because at least one relationship she had in her life was looking up. That role opened the door to so much more for us. But deep down I was worried that it would all disappear as quickly as it had started. And when it did, I was certain that you and Nana would wash your hands of me. You have to know that's not true, Nora insisted. We'd have loved you the same no matter what your acting career turned out to be. Acting makes people vulnerable, Nora, even if they know they shouldn't be. Mom had a faraway look in her eyes, as if looking back on something with regret. I'm sorry. Her mother took Nora's hand with a firm, determined grip. I'm sorry that I refused to see how my success affected you. But, she confiscated the ice cream carton. I'm not done with my story. She smiled, eating the last of the ice cream. Armand always says I talk too much. And I realize that I've done that with you, too. I've bragged about my roles on the big screen and my small appearances elsewhere. I kept talking at you and Nana because I wanted you to be proud of me. And because I was struggling to make my career work, I didn't want to hear anything negative about my success, including anything about how you were being bullied at school. On some level, I knew it was happening, but I thought you were strong enough to deal with it. And you were, weren't you? She looked pained. Hopeful, but pained. Kind of. Nora couldn't really reassure her. I'm sorry for that, too. Sniffing, Mom set the empty carton and spoon aside. You can probably see how my insecurities led to a string of relationships that weren't healthy. I'm so sorry I couldn't be a better role model. You're making up for it now, Nora said gruffly. Maybe. But our life experiences, Nora, both yours and mine, gave you the impression that lasting love can only grow one way. She tugged Nora's hair again. Darling, you have to know, deep down inside of you, you have to know, that love grows all different kinds of ways. There is no right way to go about it. No one way to start a relationship and guarantee it's a good one. Nora drew her hair to the back of her neck and shook her head. You're not going to convince me. Chad and I started all wrong and ended worse. Just look at you and Armand. They'd met one weekend in the Hamptons and got married 2 months later. Don't use my latest marriage as an example. Mom's voice softened. I called Armand earlier, when I stormed out before Chad and Dotty showed up. I called him because he's my closest friend and my greatest love. And sometimes, your love has to be tested to reveal how strong its roots are. Her eyes filled with tears. We apologize to each other. And we're going to talk through me continuing as Hildy Flowers. I'm happy for you, but, Nora shook her head again, throat closing from heartache. That man loves you. Mom reached across the floor where she'd set down the picture of Nora at the Hamptons during a spectacular sunset. She held it up. So what if Chad thought Sonny was yours? He wanted to do right by you. Love isn't based on how smooth your time together has been. It's not based on knowing what vegetables you like and how you take your coffee in the morning. It's based on how someone makes you feel. It's based on how strongly you want to share important and not so important moments of your day. It's based on how much you're willing to work at being the best you for the one you love. And you love him, Nora. I know you do. Nora drew a shaky breath. Mom. Nora, you've spent a lifetime living in my shadow and making me feel loved. Isn't it time that you allow yourself a love of your own? She wanted that. She wanted it, oh, so much. But, I'm afraid of being hurt. Not just by him, but by your fans and people who sell parts of your life, which includes parts of mine. We're all afraid of being hurt, darling. Real or imagined, Mom brushed the dust off the picture frame. But true love finds a way to heal those hurts and move forward. Together. Nora stared at her mother, blinking back tears, and wondering if she was brave enough to give love another chance. Whether you try to patch things up with Chad or not, I'll send out word that both you and Sonny are off limits to fans and publications that buy photographs and gossip. Really? The tears did come then. Really, darling? They hugged. And they didn't stop hugging for what seemed like a long time. When did you get so wise? Nora wiped her eyes. I'd like to say 6 hours or so ago when Armand gave me a similar speech, but the truth is that we've been going to a marriage counselor for the past few months. Her mother drew a deep breath. Anyway, Armand will be here in the morning. We're going to spend the week together at our place. Which means you'll have some privacy if you decide to follow that heart of yours. Chapter 13. Chad didn't wait until the next weekend and the penguin event at the zoo to begin his campaign to win Nora back. Using his years of experience in the diamond and romance industry, he enlisted his brothers to help form a plan. They arrived at his house on a Sunday afternoon during a very dull Yankees game. Do you know what I like about this? Braden said when Chad had laid out the situation and the help he needed. You've provided us with years and years of fodder to tease you. Just keep saying your words, Mr. Heartbreaker. Chad hit his brother with a look that said he wasn't amused. Someday, you'll need my help winning over a woman and I will make you grovel for it. Braden laughed off Chad's threat, then turned to Phil. Are you going to let Chad talk to me like that? The world is full of checks and balances. Phil pushed up his glasses, grinning. And you're in need of a balance, bro. Sometime, when you least expect it, a woman will try to do to you what you've been doing to women for years, love them and leave them. The odds, as they say, are against Braden, Garrett said slowly, as deliberate in his teasing as he was in his diamond cuts. It's bound to happen, agreed Zach, Braden's twin. A redhead came into the store the other day looking for you. I was grateful we aren't identical twins. She was hot. And I don't mean attractive. You left while she was sleeping. I'm feeling attacked. Braden got to his feet and went to raid the refrigerator. Not even my twin is defending me. Point made, gentlemen. Chad reminded them of the business at hand. Ideas? The Yankee player at bat struck out on a pitch from Baltimore. The room remained silent. Grandma Dotty barged in, wearing a tiger-striped track suit and her yellow sneakers. Am I late for the meeting to get Nora back? This is no meeting. We're watching a baseball game, Chad lied, looking around the room to see what guilty party had tipped off their grandmother about the session. Oh, there's a meeting. Grandma Dotty sat next to Zach, patting his leg. And you need a woman's perspective, so you don't blow it. Zach was the snitch. He refused to look Chad in the eye. Now, Grandma Dotty rubbed her hands together, looking gleeful. I say Chad kidnaps her at the zoo. We'll need a blindfold, those handcuffs with black satin padding, and a getaway car. His brothers all told her that was a brilliant idea. All except Braden, who was in the kitchen trying to hold in his laughter. Chad began to doubt he'd ever repair his relationship with Nora. Much as I appreciate the intent behind your suggestion, Grandma, I'd like a solution that isn't a felony. Zach grinned. Isn't it obvious? You have to shower Nora with gifts. People come into our store all the time to buy their way back into someone's good graces. Nora isn't like that. She wasn't shallow. She's a romantic. Zach's grin broadened. You'll need to come up with more meaningful gifts, like in the 12 days of Christmas. Gifts that are meaningful to the two of you, Garrett added. Nothing flashy or expensive, said Phil, with his eye on the bottom line. He's unemployed, Braden pointed out, bringing them each a beer. He can't afford flashy or expensive. This is harder to solve than today's Wordle, Grandma Dotty said, pouting. You only have until Saturday to get this right. Saturday afternoon. Chad would need every minute between now and then. 5 days, Phil murmured. 5 days of forgiveness, Zach said as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Totally doable. You are brilliant, Grandma Dotty hugged Zach. All of you. Brilliant. This just proves that you are indeed related to me. They all laughed, even Chad. Because hope was on the horizon and being related to Grandma Dotty was something of an honor. They brainstormed a list of possibilities while the Yankees somehow managed to pull out a win. Eventually, they came up with a plan. It was easier to devise once Grandma Dotty retired to the guest room to meditate, even with her soft snoring. You aren't quitting for good, are you? Phil asked as he and the brothers were getting ready to leave. Chad didn't know how to answer that, so he shrugged. Evelyn texted me and said Dad is blustering about. Always meticulous, Garrett wiped down Chad's kitchen counter. Blustering with anger, worry, or remorse. Chad knew it could be any or all three. No one had an answer. Well, one thing's for certain, Braden said morosely. The Pie Night is going to another jewelry house. There'll be other once-in-a-lifetime deals, Chad told him. Braden shook his head. While Dad's at the helm, we'll have to pass them by as well. Boo-hoo. Garrett took Braden by the shoulders and gently pushed him toward the door. Dad's going to retire this year. What makes you think that? Zach asked, glancing up from his cell phone. Because he loves Chad best. Garrett shrugged. He always has. And slowly, surprisingly, the others nodded their heads in agreement. A package was delivered Monday afternoon to Nora's apartment. No one was home but Nora since Armand had come to collect his family, much to her mother and Sonny's delight. At first, Nora thought it might be from Summer Diamonds. She'd messengered her signing bonus check back to them, uncashed. But the package was from Chad. The box was small and contained an even smaller glass bottle filled with sand. The note read, "Our time in a bottle was precious. I wish we had more. Forgive me. Love, your Hamptons man." Nora threw away the box and put the bottle in among her spices in the cupboard where she wouldn't have to see it. She left the note on her kitchen table, as if she'd placed it there casually. But the white paper caught her eye constantly. It was a nice gesture and she wanted to forgive Chad, but the fear of being hurt held her back. It's better this way. Armand, Mom and Sonny brought Nora lunch on Tuesday. How's business? Armand asked. He was a medium-sized man with curly, nearly black hair and a generous heart. Despite having a cook and a housekeeper in Hollywood, he'd offered to set the table. I got calls today and have 4 meetings with potential clients tomorrow. Nora suspected Chad and Dotty of the flood of referrals. A delivery arrived while they were eating. Again, it was from Chad. He'd sent a small pouch this time. Inside was a children's picture book. Sonny snatched it from Nora's hands. Penguins. The note read, "Penguins mate for life, finding the een to their young in a crowded and sometimes scary life. Forgive me. Love, your een." He's persistent. Mom touched Chad's note from his previous package, the one Nora had left on the table. I give him points for creativity. Armand wrapped his arms around Mom and kissed her. Nora's heart panged with longing, but something held her back. Nora was gone most of Wednesday, busy with client introductions. There was no package at her door when she got home. Sad to say, she was disappointed. As she was making dinner, there was a knock on her door. She flew to answer. Mrs. Shukla handed Nora a small box. "Package came for you today." "Thank you." Nora shut herself in the apartment. She opened the box with hands that shook. A brown canvas, floppy hat was rolled up inside. It had a sunset embroidered on the front. The note read, "Not only does the brim protect you from the sun, but it also helps shelter your gorgeous, slightly recognizable face from prying eyes. Forgive me. Love, the man who will always shelter you." The gift was so very Chad. He was the best when he was taking care of people and living up to his responsibilities. She wasn't sorry she'd ever fallen in love with him, but thinking about calling him made her hands tremble even more. She added the note to the pile, using the small bottle with sand as a paperweight. On Thursday, Nora was busy with 2 new clients. She spent the morning with one and the afternoon with the other. Pantries and refrigerators were purged of unhealthy choices. Shopping trips were made. Nora arrived back at her apartment beat. Mrs. Shukla was talking to a delivery man at her end of the hallway. "That's her." The delivery man gave Nora another small, padded pouch. "You're on a buying spree." She didn't correct him, hurrying inside to see what Chad had sent next. It was a picture frame with room for 2 photographs. He'd inserted his picture with the Hamptons sunset in the background on one side. A sticky note in the empty photo slot read, "Insert beautiful sunset here." In other words, her picture next to his. Nora cried as she took her picture out of its frame and put it inside the new double frame. She wanted him to be here next to her, not just in a photograph. It wasn't until she was making dinner that she realized there hadn't been a note. She dug the delivery pouch out of the trash and found it. The note read, "Next time we take a selfie, I hope we'll both be in the same frame. Forgive me. Love, the man you think of at sunset." Nora picked up her phone and almost called him. Her hand didn't shake. Her fingers didn't tremble. But her nerve unraveled. Disappointed in herself, she laid her phone on the kitchen table and took her dinner out to the fire escape where she sat until the sun set. Friday was spent checking in with Nora's new clients, bringing them new, healthy food options, and programming her phone to send automatic snack break reminders. Neither of her new clients wanted to try meditation. Nora suggested taking power naps instead, imagining Dottie's approving grin. She returned to her apartment in time to catch the delivery man with the next of Chad's gifts. Inside another padded pouch was a small journal with a seashell cover. The note read, "Sometimes you have to turn the page to move forward. Forgive me. Love, your co-author." She opened the journal. Chad's bold handwriting greeted her on the first page, "Nora and Chad's Journey to a Happily Ever After." By Nora and Chad. Nora turned the page. Someone had drawn a man and a woman standing hand in hand on a beach in the moonlight. There were 2 thought bubbles, one on either side. Chad had written in the man's thought bubble, "I think she's my soulmate." The woman's thought bubble was blank. Did he expect her to fill in her thoughts and send it back to him? A little unsettled, Nora turned the page. Someone had drawn a woman with oversized glasses and a ponytail standing across a kitchen island from a man. His thought bubble read, "I know this woman." The woman's thought bubble was blank. Nora smiled, turning the page. Again, there was a drawing. The man was pointing at the woman. Her hair was down, and her glasses were off. His thought bubble read, "Don't scare her away." The woman's thought bubble was blank. He tried so hard to make her comfortable, despite the questions he must have had, the hurt and the love he must have felt. Nora turned another page. This time, the drawing was of a man kneeling in front of a little boy holding a stuffed penguin. His thought bubble read, "I hope they take me to see the penguins." There was no picture of a woman. Nora turned the page. And the next. And the next. The rest of the journal was blank. A part of her, the hurt part, thought that was fitting. Her life stretched out before her, empty of love. But a bigger part of her, the lonely for Chad, heart-hopeful part of her, thought it would be lovely to spend the rest of her life with this man, to fill the rest of the pages in the journal with loving affirmations. The message in this gift was clear. Chad was going to be at the penguin event tomorrow. Nora believed she was brave enough to go. But she needed to come up with a gesture as equally grand as his had been. And because she wasn't good at that kind of thing, she called her mother, who was more than happy to help. Chapter 14. Penguins. Sonny waddled like his favorite animal toward the crowd gathering around the penguin exhibit at the Central Park Zoo. "Wait for me." Nora hurried after him, brown canvas hat flopping around her ears. Behind her, Mom and Armand walked arm in arm, looking blissfully in love as they pushed Sonny's stroller. Surprisingly, people respected their privacy. That might have been due to her mother putting out a statement asking people to give her and her family space. Armand had reconciled himself to his wife's acting career on the condition that she star in a movie he was developing for television about a former scream queen, murder-solving sleuth. Nora's mother was ecstatic that they might be working together. Nora had wished them all the luck in the world. Not that they'd need her well wishes. Nora was sure the project would be a success. It had one of the best promoters on the planet as its star. "I can't see." Sonny turned to Nora and held his arms toward her in a plea to be lifted. "I've got you covered." Chad appeared next to them, looking as handsome as any movie star hero. He lifted Sonny onto his shoulders. "Can you see now?" "I can see everything." Sonny wrapped his arms around Chad's forehead. Nora clutched her tote beneath her arm, heart beating double time. "You should tell Nora what's happening, Sonny." Chad stared straight ahead. "She can't see, and she deserves to know everything." "Tell me everything," Nora murmured. That's what her mother had finally done after she'd kicked Chad and Dotty out of her apartment. That's what had led to the strengthening of their mother-daughter relationship. And it was what would help her repair the rift between her and Chad. "The penguins are swimming." Sonny pried one hand off Chad's forehead to point. "And jumping in the pool." "So fun," Nora told her little brother. She glanced up at Chad, taking in his dark good looks and a complexion that looked healthier than it had when she'd first arrived at his apartment over a week ago. "Tell me everything." "I quit my job." Chad snuck a peek at her, smiling. "I told my father that I was tired of not being appreciated." "Wow. Kudos to Chad for taking such a big step." "How'd that go over?" "He was blindsided. He gets back to New York tomorrow. We'll see how it goes, but I'm okay with my decision." "They're tossing fish." Sonny squealed. "The penguins are eating." "So exciting," Nora said in an encouraging tone. "What are you going to do job-wise?" "I thought I'd continue to work on a healthier lifestyle." Chad gave her that mischievous look she'd come to expect as advance warning to breath-stealing kisses. "I'm happy for you," she said, a little disappointed when no kiss was forthcoming. "And there's a possibility I could land a gig as an assistant to this up-and-coming health coach. You know, help her get the business off the ground so that it's self-sustaining." "Really?" "She'd be lucky to have him." Sonny pounded the flat of his hand on top of Chad's head. "They are jumping." And so was Nora. She jumped right into what needed to be said to the man she loved. "I received all your packages." Nora's palms were sweaty. She tugged the seashell journal from her tote. "Who illustrated the pages?" "My brother Garrett doodles." It's probably why he's so good at drawing jewelry sketches. Oh. She caught his worried glance and rushed to explain. I was hoping it was you. And that they could continue to fill the pages. Sorry. A worried look flitted across his features. Nora hesitated. She'd thought she'd hand the journal to Chad and let him read it at his own pace. But both his arms were securing Sonny's legs. It was up to her now. She squared her shoulders and opened the book to the first page with the drawing of the meeting. In her thought bubble, she'd written, "This guy is perfect. But if he finds out who I am." Chad smiled. You never should have worried. I see you, Nora Flores. The real you. Nora felt elated. She turned the page to their next meeting in his kitchen. In her thought bubble, she'd written, I'm still attracted to this man. Ditto, Chad said. Sonny played the top of Chad's head like a drum. I want a penguin. Please. Chad glanced upward. Would you take a donut? Sonny bent over until his nose nearly touched Chad's forehead. Yes. Hey, none of that. Nora turned the page. Sonny went back to watching penguins, muttering about the large bathtub in his house back home in California. A teenager a few feet away had their cell phone out, aimed at Nora and Chad as if they were filming. They didn't seem like the Carver Clowns type of fan, rather just a random teenager hoping to upload video that went viral and made them an internet sensation. Don't be rude, Nora told the girl, angling her pages for privacy and giving her the evil eye. Bravo. Chad grinned. I'm a work in progress. Nora showed him the page where Chad put 2 and 2 together. She'd filled her thought bubble to read, my mother and her fans are going to scare him away. Not a chance. Chad had that mischievous look on his face again, the one that said he had kissing on his mind. If I can survive an online hackfest by clowns, I can survive the occasional overzealous Hildy Flowers fan. Honestly, I can take or leave the Carver Clown franchise. Nora put her hand over Chad's mouth. Don't let my mother hear that. Too late. Armand plucked Sonny from Chad's shoulders and set him on his own. Chad glanced from Armand to Sonny, nodding. He really does look like you. I owe your mother a big apology. We'll talk about that later at our family dinner. Mom squeezed through the crowd to their side. Why don't you two take this reunion somewhere less crowded? You don't have to tell me twice. Chad took Nora's hand and led her away from the throng of penguin-enraptured zoogoers. I almost called you. When? He brought her to a halt at the periphery of the crowd. Every day this week. Every time something happened. I wanted to tell you how mopey Braden was when we didn't buy the pie night. And how happy I was when we received our Russian diamonds for real. I wanted to call you during the boring parts, too. He bent the front of her floppy hat up and looked deep into her eyes. It's like this, Nora. Every time something happens during my day, I want to talk to you about it. I don't want to make a social media post. I don't want to text my brothers with an update. I want to talk to you and only you about how things are and how I feel. Me, too. Nora rested her hands on his waist, gathering her courage. I wanted to call you after every package. But I wanted to be sure. I know I've made assumptions about kids who aren't mine, Chad began. And I've run away when things got too intense, she admitted. He smiled gently. But I can't stop thinking about you. I love you, Nora. I love the way you protect your family even when they drive you a bit bananas. I love that you understand me even when I jump too fast and too far ahead. I love that you want to live your own life, not someone else's. But mostly, I just love you and I'd do anything for a second. Third. She grinned, bubbling with happiness. Chance at a relationship. We can start with a few dates a week. And if things go well, you should meet my parents. And if things continue to develop. Whoa. She placed a hand over his mouth. I know I said true love progresses in a slow and orderly manner. But that was a stupid thing to say. We may have started midstream in the scheme of a traditional romance, but I don't want to go back to square one. I want to be able to call you when something goes right for me. And I want to be held by you when things go wrong. I love you, Chad. I'm not going to run away from my feelings or our past. And I'm not going to push you away. Nora opened the journal to the last page where it read, and they lived happily ever after. Chad's eyes grew misty. Exactly. Exactly what? What did I miss? Dotty pushed her way between them, digging her hand into a bag of popcorn. I can't see anything back here, including my honorary great-grandchild. Nora's eyes widened. She considers him a placeholder until we're ready for our own posse. Chad reached around Dotty and found Nora's hand. He drew her behind Dotty until she stood close enough to lean into his strength and feel his warmth and know that things were going to be all right. You know, Nora said, feeling dreamy and joyful as she hugged the journal to her chest. We may have happened upon each other one night, but I think we're going to get it right this time. Chad chuckled. Third time's a charm. A note from Melinda Curtis about the Summer Kisses series. When I began writing romcoms featuring Grandma Dotty, I only planned to write 5 books, about the 5 summer sisters. But since I had so much fun with Dotty, I couldn't let her go. This book may be book 5 in the series, but it launches the world Dotty's grandsons. Those summer diamond romcoms are differentiated from the summer girls by covers with diamonds on them. If you've been reading the series straight through, I hope you forgive me for inserting Chad and Nora's story. Book 6 is coming November 2023, Every Little Kiss. It's set at Kitty's wedding and features Maggie's romance with her fake royal wedding date. Read on for a glimpse at this story. Every Little Kiss excerpt. As the youngest sibling, Maggie Summer was used to being last. Last one to get braces, a bra, and a boyfriend. Last one to earn a driver's license and a graduate degree. And now, she stood against the wall at her sister Violet's engagement party in Boston and realized all her sisters were either married, if you counted Aubrey's impromptu foreign ceremony, or were getting married. While Maggie's former fiancé was marrying her oldest sister Kitty this Christmas. And although Maggie no longer loved Beck and had come to peace with the marriage, she had no date. Violet had taken pity on her and had agreed to fix her up with a prince from a foreign land who was a graduate student at Harvard. But the man was a no-show. Maggie gripped the wilted red rose she'd been holding for the past hour, the sign to her blind date that she was Vi's sister. She tossed it on a nearby table just as a man came in the door. His gaze swept the room, caught on the rose, and then lifted to Maggie's face. He was gorgeous. Clean-cut, dark hair. Intense green eyes. Chiseled cheekbones and regal bearing. He wore a dark suit and tie and hadn't stopped staring at Maggie. That had to mean he was smitten, right? He was everything a girl in need of a fake boyfriend was looking for to get through 2 weeks of wedding events. Want to find out what happens next? Make sure you get Maggie's story, Every Little Kiss, coming November 2023. Follow Melinda on Amazon or BookBub to be notified of its release.